I'd like to call the meeting of the Plaquemines Parish Council for June 13, 2024 to order at 2 p.m. Machines are open for roll call. All 9 council members are present. At this time, we'll stand for the prayer by Mr. Newsom and the pledge led by Ms. McCarty.
Before we do the prayer, I'd like to have a moment of silence for a lost employee we had this week. So if everybody would bow their heads for a moment of silence. Thank you. We take this moment to acknowledge Almighty God and thank Him for our bountiful blessings, especially for the parish's natural resources. We give thanks to God for our brave and courageous men and women in our military who daily risk their lives to protect our precious freedom, and we pray for world leaders to know how to obtain world peace. We pray that this government body, comprised of both council and administration, will always serve our parish with honesty, humility, and equality to all. And as this government body gathers here today, we pray for the wisdom to know right from wrong and the courage to do which is right. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America
and to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You take that back.
Hand that down to Mr. Champagne, please. All right, we have a long agenda for today. First item, please.
Agenda item 2, executive session, there is none. 3, proclamations, there are none. 4, status report by the parish president.
Go ahead.
Good evening. First, I would like to start, I'm speaking on behalf of President Hinckley today. He's actually traveling back from D.C. He went to do a D.C. Shores fly-in with the coalition to be able to, advocate for us getting funds for wind leases here in Louisiana. So we went last year. We didn't get as much, input, but he said this time they've been they have embraced it and they are engaged in the process. He also would like to send his condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Mr. Rene Ankar that tragically lost his life this week. And he asked that I share our hurricane preparedness notes that we have been going over since February, but we actually have made it official to have an incident management team. So everyone knows June 1st was official hurricane season started. So at this time, we are testing equipment, participating in exercises, and meeting with local, state, and federal partners to continue our preparedness plans. The National Weather Service predicts that we will have a hyperactive season this year, so we want to prepare for storm intensifications. Our stance as a government is to prepare one category higher than what is forecasted, and we're following a 3-phased approach: pre-storm, storm response, and post-storm. Billy will probably touch more on this, but we have been preparing and staging sandbags, testing flood pumps, and doing flood protection gate exercises. We actually did 6 this week. If President Hinckley orders a mandatory or voluntary evacuation on certain conditions, we will do that also in a process. We'll start with the East Bank residents first. West Bank will go from Venice to Alliance, and then Alliance to Captain Larry's, and Captain Larry's to Belle Chase. So we're asking everyone to pay attention to that, as it's very important that we do evacuate in those phases. So those have been established. We've had ongoing dialogue with Venture Global and other entities for a safe and orderly evacuation. During our tabletop that we had on Monday, that had quite a few stakeholders in there: Stonehaven, Venture Global, the base, the Sheriff's Department, and the school board. Venture Global shared with us that they have a 7-phase also process to their evacuation. Plus or minus 72 hours before the tropical winds hit the Gulf of Plaquemines, the 2,000 approximately residents that they have in the RVs will already have started the evacuation process. And the traffic flow that we see now will not be the case because they will not have their employees that live outside of the parish to come to work. Plus or minus 72 hours before tropical storm winds hit the coast of Plaquemines Parish, VG will have their approximately 2,000 residents that live south of the flood wall to have already started the evacuation process. Of course, if we have more time or less time, they will be able to compress if we don't have the full 72 hours. So they are preparing for normally what is 120 hours, but in the event that we have to compress down to a shorter time frame, they actually have a process for that as well. We're asking families to, if they're not already prepared, to go ahead and start preparing now their plans. I did print off some flyers that talks about the first 72 hours, the things that they will need. That's printed in the front where you pick up the actual agendas for the council. We're asking everyone to sign up for Alert Plaquemines to make sure that they stay informed and to pay attention to whatever it is being broadcast locally and as well as from Plaquemines Parish. If residents, I'm about to give out a couple of phone numbers, so if residents need to have special medical evacuation assistance, they can pre-register. We're asking that they pre-register by calling 504-934-6940 or 504-934-6690. And those numbers are for residents that need special assistance with the evacuation. We do have an agreement with the city of West Monroe. In the event that we have to do an evacuation, that is where we will go. You only can occupy the shelter there if you came on a bus from Plaquemines Parish. So you can't drive up there yourself. You have to be a part of the convoy that we use with the buses. Just wanted to make sure that everybody is aware of that. And I think that's about it. We did, Mr. Newsom, acknowledge the fact that you all would like to participate in any upcoming meetings that we have going on. If you and your fellow partners would like to get together and decide who you all would like to be a part of those meetings, if you could send those names to Mr. Harvey, he'll make sure to include you all in any emergency preparedness meetings. And that's all we have.
I'll comment on that later.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hart. Any comments from the audience? State your name and address when you come up, please.
Clarence Blocks, 156 Enos Campbell Lane. I heard the lady say they checked all the flood walls and the storm drains and.
Didn't say all. I said we did 6 floodgate checks this week, but we are exercising. But Mr. Billy will be able to answer.
All right. The floodgates. I just want to let y'all know that our floodgates, we had 4 on East Bank in District 1, from Phoenix to Perla Hatch. All 4 of them have been filled with cement, and we don't have floodgates. And there is no way, and our pumping station is not adequate to take on water from floods, from hurricane flood, because we barely could make the rainwater. So if we get water across the levees, and our levees have not been touched, it came across with Katrina, it could come back across again. If our levees never been touched, our floodgates been closed with cement, and our drainage system, our pumping system not adequate, I mean, we're going to flood out. And we have a lot of sanctions against us that we are not. We got to elevate our homes at an income that we can't afford. And also that our home, if our home gets 50%, 51% destroyed, we cannot repair our homes. We got to elevate it, and we can't afford the elevation. So as a matter of fact, we're going to flood out. If they don't have the floodgates, they don't have the The floodgate's been filled up with cement. The pumping station is outdated. Since 1965, they put them in there, and everybody knows that they not. Members of the president have said already that they're not adequate. So I'm just letting y'all know these things don't happen to us. And we are residents of Plaquemine Parish. I've been here for 69 years, and I have people that have been there much longer than I've been, and we will not survive a hurricane. I thank y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Warren Lawrence. I live at 120 Timber Canal Lane in Myrtle Grove. Appreciate so much be able to talk to y'all this morning. Just like the gentleman coming up in Myrtle Grove, we have a problem. We also have no drainage. We've been cut off by the contractor completely. Thank you, Mr. Billy. I met with Mr. Billy yesterday, so he's going to be addressing, I hope, our problems and give us some information. We left out in the cold. The existing levees have never been cut in years. The contractors come in and put up his dust fences and everything. All filter cloth is laying there. He can't cut the levees. I agree with him. But somebody's responsible to check on this contractor. Does he have the right to come into our neighborhood and cut us off completely? Completely. No contact at all. I see it going on. I can't even find the drains anymore. I asked Mr. Billy, I'm not in good health, so I can't really walk the walk anymore, but I can still talk the talk a little bit. But I do know that the contractor that they have out there, I didn't find out, I'm sorry, who in the parish is the liaisons or either inspectors that's assuring that the contractor, when he is doing his work, I don't know what that contract says, I'm not savvy to have a copy of it, but that was my previous position, that I watched these contracts, and the contractors will get by with what they can if nobody is there watching them. I think it's a responsibility. I told Mr. Billy that. I think a lot of this is a responsibility of the contractor to maintain the old ditch we had that handled our drainage, that had the levee, our old potato levee we call it, that was there. It's not being cut. We can't even look at our drains. I go in the ditch and the ditch is dry, but our streets have water in them during a rain or during a flood. We are fortunate that we have a homeowners association. We have gotten no help from the parish, but we have asked and coerced our homeowners to raise the berms, not the bulkheads, but the berms around. It has done a tremendous job in stopping us from flooding. But at least we had drainage when we did that. Now we've done that, and we're completely cut off. I don't know a time schedule. We're in the middle, not the middle, I'm sorry. We're at the start of a hurricane season. And I don't know another subdivision in this parish that would be subject to the same thing. Maybe on the East Bank, but not on the West Bank. And it's just a shame. You know, I don't know who to go to, and that's why I'm here. It's probably the last place I want to be, but it's a fact. We have members here, some of the members from Phase 2, and they are much worse off than us. We have, and I ask every one of you, please take a ride back there. Go down in Phase 2. You want to see a mosquito haven? You want to see a breeding area? I don't know, I asked Mr. Billy, is there a regulation that requires a homeowner, a property owner, to maintain his property at an elevation that stops the water after rains or flooding, that it ponds in there? They can't cut their grass because the ponding is there and they can't even get a machine in there. They won't build up their berms and stop that rainwater from getting into Phase 2 like we did in Phase 1. Phase 2 happens to be a person that owns the majority. I'm sorry, the majority.
Ms. Lawrence, you okay? All right, we'll return from recess at 2:26. Just to let everybody know, I think my opinion is he was having a panic attack. He was fighting going in the ambulance, but he's talking, everything looks fine. So just keep Mr. Lawrence in your prayers. All right, any comments from the audience? Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Yeah, my name is Kenneth Smith. I'm in Phase 2. My address is 110 Swallow Lane, Myrtle Grove, Louisiana. And Warren was touching on the issues that surrounding Phase 2, okay? And like he said, the mosquitoes are out of control because we have to keep our properties up by the bylaws, but evidently the realtor does not. I mean, it's their property. They got puddles. I mean, like almost, they can't even cut their own lots. And when they do it with a bush hog. And then it puts grass all in the streets. That, in turn, blocks the street drains. I mean, it's like, hey, they wait so long to cut it. I mean, the grass is knee-high.
Yes, sir.
You know, I mean, it's like, so me personally, I'm the only one that lives on that street, but I got to go clean out 6 drains. So when the water does come up, which is usual, I got to go clean them before I know there's a south wind going to blow at 15 miles an hour nowadays. It used to be 25, 30. Now it's 15 miles an hour. So it's like, and you can't go nowhere. I'm stuck. I mean, I get 3 foot of water in the street. And Billy knows, I had called Billy previous to this conversation, but they blocked off the drainage altogether on the drainage canal that the water would go to the pumping station. And Billy has gone out there twice. So it's like, if it's not the realtor blocking the drainage, it's the CPRA construction company doing it, whoever they are, B&B or whoever. So it's like, if I don't have my car parked up front by the marina, there's no way to get out except by boat. And it's like Labor Day weekend, 4 days, none but water. If I wanted to have a family reunion or anything at all, wasn't going to happen. Not unless they had boats that come to me, or I had to keep going up to the marina to pick people up. Because even the boathouse was underwater. I mean, Peabotch, the realtor, let me just put it that way, they don't increase their bulkhead elevation at all. So, and when I call them to say my concerns, I was told, well, we didn't actually live in a swamp. Now, when I purchased that property, it wasn't like that. And they didn't say I was living in a swamp. But when I started making complaints or criticism, that's what I got from them. We didn't actually live in a swamp. So that's what they call it now, the swamp. I mean, seriously. So, I mean, I've been down there since 2008, and we didn't have any water issues till about 2011. And their land is slowly sinking down. Well, I had land to mine, but they don't. So, I mean, mosquitoes in the morning, can't go outside until the sun comes up. In the late evening, don't even try. I mean, they'll just pick you up and carry you away. So, then, the other issue is Audubon Drive. Since Ida, that road has been tore up. They keep putting limestone down instead of blacktop. It's never been repaired. I know money was allocated to fix that road, but it's never been done. Plus, the street drainage up towards the front, the storm drains, whatever you call them, they're just blocked with sand and mud. They don't drain at all. So you get big puddles on both sides of the street because they have never been cleared. And that's when they had all them sandbags on the side of the road. I don't know if anybody remembers that. And a lot of them busted, and all that sand went into them drains. So that's what happened there. But mine was blocked. They come out and did mine. Then they had something wrong with their truck, and they couldn't do none of the rest of them. Now, that's been, what, 2.5 years?
Okay.
You know? So, I mean, y'all talking about preparing for hurricanes when nobody looks at the storm drains in a neighborhood. You know? I can call, but it falls on deaf ears. That's how that's been going. So, it's pretty much it. I mean, the bulkhead and the bulkheads have never been taken care of anymore.
Okay.
I got roseos. You know what a roseo is? That's a tree, a big bush. I got roseos, I got grass, I got weeds on these bulkheads. None of that's being cut with the realtors.
Yep.
So,
All right, we'll have, Billy, are you going to hit on some of this? When we get to the director's update, Billy's going to hit on some of this and hopefully provide some more answers.
okay, then
So,
when I did call last, they said, oh, well, don't worry we haven't been doing anything due to the fact that the state's going to buy out Myrtle Grove. Like,
Okay.
really?
all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments by the audience?
Yes, my name is Melanie Bradley.
Wait, speak into the mic, please.
Melanie Bradley at 115 East Oakville Street. On our street, on the east side of Oakville Street, all the drainage are blocked. Every time it rains, in my yard, I get that much water in my yard. And it has made a reservoir of water on the opposite side of the train track. That's the train track, my land, and the drainage is this way, and all of them are blocked. And I get water every time it rains.
Okay.
So it's my understanding also that on the West Bank, all those ditches are all full with weed and trash, and we need help there as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, David Clark, 108 Avenue A, Mel Chase. Just a little more clarification on the RVs. You said 72 hours out. Is that they must leave by then, or is it plus or minus? So up to 12 hours they can leave, or there's...
Ms. Carter. Oh, you got to. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, you're on.
So you were saying 12 hours?
No. I was just asking, what is the cutoff time? I know in the past we had a cutoff time if you're pulling a boat out or trailer out.
So President Hinckley we did advise them that if they're not out, he will give a cutoff time.
He did? Okay.
Oh, yeah, he
I
did.
just didn't know what that time was.
Yeah, we didn't
Okay.
elaborate on that.
Okay.
But it is stated, and it was stated at the table talk, that it will be a cutoff.
Okay, and Venture Global's on board with that, right?
Oh, yeah, they're on board with it, and they're very engaged, and we also talked about the intensification and the fact that they say 72, but if it has to be compressed, they have an alternative as well.
Okay, all right, thank
They're
you.
working with us.
My name is Zaina Merrick, 24975 Diamond Road in Port Sulphur. I own property in Port Sulphur, Kennington RV Park. I have owned this property for 4 years now, and my ditch is completely flat. Freeman's, they drain to my property. The neighbors, they drain to my property. I'm spending countless amounts of money on rocks to elevate my property. I want to know, who do I need to speak to get the ditch? It's an outfall ditch. I don't own it. I can't close it. I've called since the previous administration. It's been years, and my ditch has never been looked at.
Yes. Billy, would that be you? Can you, yep, I see you getting your card.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience?
How you doing?
Yes, sir.
My name Kevin Merrick, 29970 Highway 23. I got property on 29824 in Home Place. And I have a ditch. There's an outfall ditch, and it's not cleaned out. They got all kind of grasses in it. They finally cut it. I took a weed eater and cut mulch as much as I could cut. cut, but the ditch is clogged up.
Okay. We'll look into that as well.
I
Okay.
done talked to the councilman a bunch of times. They say they're gonna do it. I talked to DOT, they say y'all supposed to do it, the parish supposed to do it. Somebody need to do it.
Yes, sir. We'll look into it.
May I respond?
Yes, Mr. LaFrance, you are,
Me and Mr. Witches, we walked it out, and we looked at it.
Which one is that?
When we walked,
The one about a food truck issue?
yes. That's that ditch.
So we saying it wasn't done?
It's not dug.
You said it was done, but what?
cut the grass. They didn't take the ditch out. They got grass all in the ditch. The water body drained.
please come up to the mic where it's for the record.
I said they cut the grass with the tractor, but it need to be digged out.
Okay.
It's not draining. You could go look at it. I cut it with the weed eater, and you can see it got little small trenches where the grass trying to go through the rozos and stuff.
Yes, sir. You got anything else, Mr. LaFrance?
And the other ditch that Mrs. E. Merrick spoke about, we have a work order, well, we've been having a work order in that for that ditch also.
All right.
I thought I had pictures.
You good, Mr. LaFrance?
I'm finished.
Okay. Any other comments from the audience? Ms. Kognovich?
Yes. 72 hours before they, if it's in the Gulf and it's 72 hours away from us, we call them for an evacuation. Aren't they, shouldn't they be well before us?
Ours is before, it says before it hits the coast of
Before it
Plaquemine.
hits the coast?
Yes.
72 hours before it hits the coast?
Yes.
That's when we call them for an evacuation.
No, ours isn't.
Before it hits
For
us.
tropical storm winds,
For any evacuation.
ours is, they has 70, plus or minus 72 before tropical storm winds hit the coast of Plaquemines Parish. So you said we called a mandatory before then?
When we call an evacuation, it's 72 hours out
From what?
from a landfall.
Now, does that, I'll get back with you on that.
And they should be going, before landfall, they should be leaving before it hits the Gulf of
Well,
Mexico.
they'll be already out, they will be already out before that happens. So they won't be 72 hours before, I don't want to say 120 hours, but they're going to be before our mandatory evacuation. Ample enough time. And then they'll start theirs, and then we'll go into our phase according to how ours is. And I will get the exact answer for you before we leave today.
Because you said we haven't meetings since February
Yeah,
about
we have.
hurricane evacuations, and the last 5 years, I'm the one who closed off Tidewater Road with forklift and sandbags.
Here it is on the map.
And Billy called me once, a couple of weeks ago, wanting to know how many sandbags we need. But I think people up here should have been in these meetings, because now, what if I say I'm not putting the sandbags now? You got to put them. We should be included in these meetings for hurricane evacuations.
That is noted. And I
Because-
stated that just a few minutes ago to Councilman Newsom, that going forward, we acknowledge that. And when you all decide who you would like to be a part of it, Mr. Harvey will send the invite so that you all can be a part of the meetings.
Because when y'all put in the sandbags, people are still trying to get out of Tidewater, the Venice area.
So you'll be
That's
able
why
to give us.
I'll leave the last,
Okay.
so I could close the road off.
Okay. But we still want your assistance, so don't bail on us.
But I'm not
So we're
included in a
Well,
meeting.
we're about to include you today, so please don't bail on us.
And then the placards, the old placards had expiration dates from last year. We get new stickers, or?
Yeah, we have new ones, and Mr. Harvey has those at his office, so you can get those from him.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Jursich?
Yes, when you mentioned the play, having an agreement with West Monroe,
Yes, yes.
I've gotten several concerned citizens call me that it's good to get them to safety, but sometimes it takes a long time to get them back. And that's some of the complaints that I'm hearing is, especially because it's going to be more or less elderly people and all who need assistance. And when they get out, that far out, and everybody's coming home, they're still sitting in West Monroe. So let's, if we're going to do that, let's keep this in mind. We want to get them back ASAP and not let them spend unnecessary time, away from their families, because that's one of the concerns. And I do, I know what Councilmember Konovich, hit on is, yes, we would like to see these RVs be out the way and give us the 72 hours as citizens, because they should be, but the only problem we'll have is if something does get in the Gulf and develop quickly, it's going to, it's going to definitely put, hinder that, and some of these RVs may not be able to get out. We may have to call that sooner. So let's have a bit, good open dialogue so we could tell our citizens, what they need to hear. So that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Mr. Champagne.
Yeah, Ms. Carter, now, I don't need an answer. I'm just asking if you guys have considered this, or just take this back to President Hinckley. But, have you guys coordinated this effort through Jefferson Parish? Because they don't know what's about to hit them when all these trailers show up as soon as they cross over into Jefferson Parish, because they have their own issues they have to deal with as well. And New Orleans as well. These things have to go north of I-10, so they're going to have to go, the Huey Long Bridge or the Preston City Connection, which is now under construction. It's jammed up, so they have their own issues to deal with. And the last thing they need is, these trailers. And to touch on what Mr. Kognovich said, H plus 72, 3 days is not a lot of time, and we have our own issues. We have our own boats, our own trailers, and all need to get out of here. And you're one breakdown away in the 2-lane area from catastrophe. So it's important that we're kind of briefed in on this stuff as well, so that we could talk to our constituents, particularly our neighbors down the road and on the East Bank, so they can plan ahead. Likewise, us, fortunately, St. Bernard Parish is not going to have to deal with the influx of RVs, but again, they have to deal with our residents and know they're coming. Have we considered also contraflow to help get that stuff out here quick? A controlled contraflow, maybe using 3 of the 4 lanes to get them up here and out of here. Something to think about. And the last thing is touched on is our return policy. It needs to be prioritized. First responders, EMS, et cetera. We need to know these things, because these are the things that we can help you mitigate. So again, I don't expect an answer. Just consider to bring it back to President Hinckley and let us know how we can help. I yield.
Mr. Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Ms. Cole, I know my email was sent out of frustration, because it really upset me when I saw the statement of, and look, I think everybody needs to work together, and that was in my email. But when you talk about critical partners, is what this group up here, I would consider a critical partner in any type of, we here to help. But we can't help if we don't know. To your response of who needs to be, I would think either at least 2 councilmen that sit to my left here from the southern end parish need to be involved in it, the council chair and the vice chair. That would be my recommendation. Now, that's just me. But it was brought up to individuals, and it fell on deaf ears, I'll be honest with you. And that's, not to even reach out to not one councilman. It is upsetting to me. So that's where my email came from, out of frustration and thinking we here to help and we want to work with you. And there's no, again, let's use the expertise. The gentlemen that sit to my left here have many years of evacuation in the southern end of the parish, which is where the major bulk of the issues will come from. So use their knowledge and their expertise to see what needs to be done, something that you guys, and it just works everything works better when we work together. On another note, I know some residents talked about some ditches and stuff. Just to update, if there's a culvert that crosses Highway 23 that's plugged or something, that's DOT's responsibility. You can call my office, and I have a contact to reach out to get that done. Again, you call today, it's not going to be done tomorrow, but they told me they are responsible for 5 foot on each side of the road, and after that, it belongs to Parkman's Parish government. Ms. Griffin, East Oakville, I'll be more than happy to meet with you guys, and we'll talk about the drainage and Mr. Bush's also. So after the meeting, please get with me, and we'll go over and look at that, and get set up a date or a time we can look at that. With that, I yield. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Reverend Edwards.
Yes.
I'm really concerned because I don't know if we have a precedent yet for moving RVs. I don't know what history the parish had, but it's frightening me to think about the amount of RVs that we have in this parish, and they're leaving within 72 hours. You know, if we have something in writing that we're sent to all the people who own RV in terms of that process for unhooking and getting it. My other concern is, and it's similar to what Councilman Champagne said, I think if you have all these RV moved, they got to have a relationship with the sheriff to move them faster and move in. And then I think working with the state police, because once they leave out of plot, they still got to move. So I'm hoping that we really, it's not nothing we're just talking about, but we really know how we're going to move these RVs. Because I don't know if it ever happened before, whether we have this happened before, so we're saying we're going to use the blueprint for last year. So I just think that we got to get notice, and it can't be where they're moving and we're moving at the same time. Now, I was confused because when you're saying that something about the 2,000 people residents, so that's 2,000, we have 2,000 residents and RVs is what you're saying in the parish, or are we saying 2,000 employees?
2,000 residents in RVs below
Okay.
the southern wall. So we have approximately.
That's just Global Venture. We're not talking about.
Yes, that's the employees for Global Venture, for Venture Global, yes, that's the one.
But that don't have nothing to do with all the other people who have RVs. So this number, do you have any, how many people we talking about with Global Venture 2,000? What's the other number for just private RV that would be added to that 2,000 number?
I can get that for you.
Okay.
To have that there. But I know when we did the calculations, it wasn't, our study from 2020, it took about 15 hours to evacuate from the west side, and an additional, I think it was like 4 or 5. But we don't have as many residents as we had prior to Katrina. So I know it's different because we have the RVs and different things like that. So I'll get those numbers for you. And I also want to speak to what you were saying about the state police. We did talk to when we were in there, we talked about having a response team. So maybe if there's fuel issues or gas, tire issues for those RVs, that Venture Global can create a response team that they can assist their residents as they're traveling out. So we did, talk about those type of things as well. So, but I'll get that for you.
Yeah, and Rick, and as relate to the gates and stuff, and I think I talked to Billy about this the other day, because I know we have a gate on East Bank that's sitting on the ground and making sure that we have these things in place and a test run for do it. And also with piggyback, what I know people in East Bank, it went to West Monroe, and that's the concern. You get us out of your fast, but for some reason, they can't get back to their homes. And these are elderly people, so their pressure goes up high because they wonder, what's happening on my property. So I hope we make a plan to get them back much faster than we have done in the past. I yield.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes. Speaking about hurricane preparedness, Mr. Billy, how we stand with equipment, excavators, dozers, skid loaders, are we prepared?
If you want, I'll address that when I go through the whole list right here, if you want to wait a couple minutes. If you want to wait a couple minutes, I'll address that on this list when we get down the road.
Okay.
We have a plan for it. If you ask them if we have all that equipment standing by now, no. But we have a plan to bring it in pre-storm.
Okay. Who's our liaisons that's handling levee construction?
The engineering department is project manager for most projects that happen. But the issue that was discussed earlier is all Corps of Engineers. We have zero say-so in that job. When it comes time to turn it over to us, we get to participate in a site walk to see if there are any issues that need to be addressed prior to them turning it over to us. And it's actually just a courtesy. We still don't have any say-so to say, no, we're not going to accept it. They can say, you're going to accept it, here it is, it's yours. Corps is 100% running all of those levee jobs.
When I asked for a report on the levees, I really had wanted to know what percentage of completion we are.
I have that for you.
You have that for me? Okay. Is it possible for us to coordinate a meeting with the construction team, the contractor, and the residents from Lake Hermitage so we can speak about the drainage issue that we have
Yeah, I can try. I can't promise what they'll agree to, but yes, we can reach out to them and say, and it's the Corps of Engineers, it's not the contractor.
Yeah.
Corps of Engineers runs the whole show. And we'll talk about that when it's my turn.
All right, and I visited Phase 2, and I saw the water. But I don't think a potato ridge would help y'all. Seem like that water is seeping through the ground. You know, for some reason, I know because Phase 1 used to have a lot of problems until they put up a potato ridge. But I don't think a potato ridge would help that problem y'all having. And that's one of the issues we have with the parishes, that we go adopt those subdivisions.
I think Mr. Kenny knows, he knows it's the private landowner's problem.
Mm-hmm.
He's just asking for some help for us to put a little pressure on the private landowners to fix their own private situation.
Okay, and is it possible for us to set up a meeting with them also?
Yes.
You know, I definitely would like to be involved with that meeting.
We can ask, yep.
Yeah. Again, I have several items, but on my updates, we'll address it on my updates. Thank you.
Ms. McCarty.
Ms. Carter, when I heard the number 72, I also felt concerned. So I reiterate what my fellow council members have said about trying to get the RVs out ahead of the 72 hours. But let's also think about the fishermen. Perhaps Mr. Jurisic, Mr. Konkovich have experience with trying to help get the boats out as well. And I bring it up because I've heard jokes about what I'm going to do to keep the trailers from getting out. I'm going to slash tires or something like that. And just jokes, but jokes sometimes become serious, you know. So that's why I want us to look into that. And for District 2 and District 5, everybody comes in and out of the parish through our district. So we need to inform our citizens also if they're going to be evacuating down below, so we know we can't move or we have to move before then, you know. Okay.
So we're very, actually, I want to say this. We want them to make sure they pay attention to the evacuation phases so that we can prevent a lot of bottleneck. And we don't want people to panic because they see the RVs leaving and then they want to get on when their section or phase hasn't been given the address to leave. So we really want them to pay attention to that. I think we all have reserve about this process because it's new, right? So our goal is to look for ways to do it faster, to make it, you know, effective for everyone. But I will go back with the, you know, plus or minus 72 hours and having Mr. Konkovich, Mr. Jurisic, or whomever you all would like to be at the meeting to elaborate on, you know, moving from the southern.
In the future, we could probably use the 311 if we get that grant. However, reverse 911 might help.
Oh, yeah. When we do, so that's why we're asking everyone to sign up for the alert placaments and then the reverse 911 will make.
I was going to say, how do we sign up for the?
So you just go to our website and there's alert placaments. We have a QR code as well. And in the upcoming weeks, you'll be able to text for it as well. So
Excellent.
we'll have a couple.
Just one last thought. I don't know if we need a CEA, but maybe we should talk to some tow truck companies. And if somebody breaks down, just have them prepared. Because if a fifth wheeler breaks down, you need to tow both the truck that's pulling it and the fifth wheeler. And so that requires a big, like 18-wheeler type tow truck. So just to have them prepared in case we need that. Thank you very much. I yield.
I'm not going to be long on my comments because everybody already hit it, but this is kind of exactly why I stated my concern to Mr. Hinckley 3 weeks ago about including us in these meetings on Mondays or on the Mondays. And then we find out that there was more meetings since then and we get the calls. We got to be able to answer to our residents. And Ms. Konkovich brought up good points, Mr. Jurisic, Reverend Edwards, that we can't answer these questions without knowing the information. So my recommendation, I don't know if anybody has a problem with it, is council chair, vice chair, because he's East Bank, and then, as Mr. Newsom said, rotate between the three of them down there because they're directly impacted, and then I can fill in the rest of the Bell Chase council members. So please start including us in these meetings where we can answer to our residents.
Noted.
Mr. LaFrance.
Yes. Well, I might have a different opinion upon you because District 7 is sitting here with 643 trail RVs sitting in my district. So I don't see nobody else nowhere clear near me. So I know District 7 definitely needs to be included in that meeting.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Next item, please.
Update by Charter Directors.
Mr. Witchers, you want to start?
All right, let's start out some simple things. I kind of jotted it all down, put it on the flyer, and passed it out to y'all prior, just so I wouldn't forget nothing. Grass cutting is what it is. We talked a little bit about it last meeting. The highways and levees seem to have been, the frequency has increased. We know that's for a fact. Now, some can probably argue it's still not frequent enough, but they're hitting it every day. Ditches, both cutting the ditches and sweeping some of them. We've done by far more cutting than we have sweeping, just because some of these ditches were so overgrown. You obviously had to cut them and clear them before you could even talk about clearing them. That's an ongoing process. It's way slower than it needs to be. Our biggest obstacle is manpower. As soon as we get that cleared up, we'll just keep chipping away at it until it gets faster and more frequent. Roads, I'll go through these roads kind of in a status. The started projects or things that are still underway is this Coast Guard Road and Highway 11 on the south end. We know they're under construction. Some can argue, is it better now than it was before, all that type of stuff, but they are under construction. Some planned things are about to start immediately. We actually did some potholes on Main Street today. All of those are taken care of. Highway 11, down on the lower end of Highway 11 in the Buras area around the museum and the Boothville River Road. If they haven't already started today, tomorrow they'll be out there for sure knocking out those smaller potholes. South Concord Road, that process has started. They're out there working on some stuff to get that job started and rolling. Bergeron Drive is the next one that's very early. Stay out there doing some markings and whatnot, getting that project ready to go. That'll be the next one. Of course, Tymaker Road has already been done, finished up and final a couple of weeks ago. I think they're actually finally finished with every single part of that job. It should be 100% turned over to us now. Pre-bid, some of the things that's happening next, these bids will start, the bids will go out roughly the first week of July, if not the second week, and that's going to be Southern Oaks, that whole east third between Main Street, all of those street intersections, the one street that's getting the whole street. Shortly after that goes out for bid, within 2 weeks or so is my understanding, the Bellchase area concrete repairs will start. We've done some in other areas. This will be the Bellchase area. That stuff will go out for bid. Most of your regular public complaints that come in from the website are through you guys. Most of those are getting handled in a pretty reasonable rate. They're getting quickly done. I think sometimes we don't report back to you that they're done. The job will be done, but you don't hear it fast enough. We're going to fix that up a little bit, make sure that happens a little more frequently too. Storm prep, just from the op side of what we handle in the op side. Pump stations, 20 pump stations in the parish. 16 of those 20 are at 100% capacity. And just for Mr. Brock and for Councilman Edwards on the East Bank, last year when you and I accepted these jobs, you had 0 on the East Bank that were at 100% capacity. Now you have 3 out of 5. So it's a huge improvement. So now 100% for everything is always the goal, but you know, I don't want to put perfection in the way of good. We need to keep making progress, moving along, and as long as things are getting better, things are getting better. Of the four that are not 100%, you have 2 on the East Bank. The 2 lower ones obviously are still not at 100%. They're above 50%. Those other 4, I didn't bring the individual specifics, but it's either 66% or 50-something%, depending on how many pumps is in that station. Levees, we have no major issues with levees as far as repairs needed from a breach type incident or stuff like that. Every once in a while, do some have some ruts from 4-wheelers and stuff in certain areas? Yeah, those are ongoing, but those are easy fixes. They get fixed pretty regularly. Ongoing and continued construction of stuff, all of that's really on the West Bank side. the Myrtle Grove area, basically from Laura Seat, Phillips 66 area, south those, and I have those breakdowns I'll give you. Sandbagging, as Mr. Habbo brought up, so when we started talking about all this stuff and started having all these meetings, nobody really had a clear understanding of what went where and how they did it in the past. We didn't have any situation last year to deal with it, so we knew we needed bags, we started making bags. It really had nothing further than that. Now we have a complete plan as far as sandbagging goes that will cover the whole parish-wide. And sometimes we lose track of that too. It's not one particular area, it's parish-wide. What we've done is, first thing we had to do is identify the number of actual bags that we needed. Nobody knew. It was just go build bags. Nobody knew how many we needed, how many we should build. We figured that out, and what we couldn't figure out, we used best case scenario and said, this is what we think we need. And that includes those 2,000-pound, big, large super sacks, they call them. We use those, and then obviously we have the little 25-pound regular sandbags that everybody's familiar with. In the past, on highways and roadways that got the large 2,000-pound bags, they didn't hardly use any small bags at all. So however it fit, it fit. This year, we're bringing in a whole bunch of small bags to fill in little cracks and gaps. That will help. We identified the locations of where the stockpiles of sand needed to be to build these bags, right? Everything was basically done off of Walker Road, and you had to haul and transport everything. So we did Home Place, Walker Road, and Braithwaite over on the East Bank. Worked out great. They built plenty of bags. I'll give you those exact numbers shortly. We identified the locations of the sand stockpiles that in the event of a storm, pre-storm, we're going to place sand, loose sand for residents. If a resident wants to come from your community and make their own sandbags, we'll provide the bags, the shovels, and the sand. That'll be self-service. It'll be at a public site where that's easily accessible. I think they've done it in Belle Chase, Boothville, same spots. We're going to use those same spots. We've identified the locations of where the bags are going to be placed. Some people talk about, we need so many bags here at this location, and come to find out they haven't put bags in that location in 10 years. It was just no one had a list. Nobody could pull out a list and say, this is what we do. We now will have that list going forward. If aliens come down tonight and abduct us, somebody else could pull out the list and say, here's what you need. So here's what it is. The number of bags needed for the parish-wide is 270 of those large bags, right? 270. That's parish-wide, and it's going to be 800 small bags. Again, I don't think they used 20 in the past. We're going to call for 800 small bags. And look, that sounds like a lot, but it's basically 50 on a pallet. And we're going to pre-stage these bags at the locations we're going to go to. Those locations are going to be at the exact location, like Mr. Kognovich was talking about. He usually places them on the road down in Venice. Prior to that, they're stockpiled on the side of the road, out of the way, in a safe area. We'll have all of that stuff placed out. We're going to start. We've gone all through this process up to that point. We have not yet placed those big bags out. So when your residents start seeing bags coming out, it's not because the storm's on its way or nothing like that. It's just part of the process to get the plan in play. The number of bags that we have on hand, we need 270 large bags. Well, as of today, we have 460 made and ready to go. Our end goal is to have 600 bags, right? And the extra couple of hundred bags is we'll have everything put in place if needed. If there's a breach or something like that small or here and there, we'll have those extra bags pre-made, ready to go. In the event of a storm, once the emergency is declared, we have all of these pre-storm contracts that come in. We have a contractor who does this job anyway. This just makes it easier for us to pre-plan and pre-place all of this stuff prior to the storm. We don't want to be out at, midnight, the night when you got a 6-hour landfall expected, right? We don't enact those contracts until the emergency is declared. So then they would have to come in, and it's not enough time for everybody to do it. So the more we can help preload all of that stuff, the better off we are. When it comes to the equipment side, the plan we're putting together, and it's going to be for heavy equipment, and it's going to be for generators, right? The parish buildings, a couple of them will need generators. Lift stations, the sewer stuff, all of the stuff that nobody thinks about that until they can't flush their toilet. So Mr. Jeff's working on a list of things, what he's going to need along with Infomorc to provide that. And we're not trying to rent 50 generators to put a generator on every one. We're going to have however many he decides he needs, pre-ordered, ready to go. When the storm's at a certain point, we enact that low contract, rent that equipment, it gets delivered to the location we tell them, and then post-storm, they are distributed where needed. And then post-storm, we'll have what we ordered on hand, and then we'll have to act quickly to pull in the additional equipment we need, if we need it. We may not. Now, some people have said, oh, well, why are we going to rent this equipment if we may not even need it? Well, in my opinion, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. So we're going to pre-order and pre-position this equipment, and it's going to be a handful of skid steers, a long-reach excavator, rubber tire backhoe, all the quick things that you would need immediately after a storm to clear a road or to push a tree out of the street, stuff like that. That's what this is for. We're not talking about rebuilding levees at this point. We're just talking about making the roadways accessible and safe. That's the things we're going to worry about first. Percentage-wise on those levees, and again, most of them are all probably between Ronnie's district and your district, and maybe touching Mitch's, some of his. The NOV West 1, let's call it, starting from north working south, is that Laura Seat to Myrtle Grove, basically. It's only at 48%. And part of that problem is because that's where the main work is still going on. And what they do is they build it a couple of feet, and then it's got to sit for so long. And then they add another foot, and it's got to sit for so long. It's a long, tedious process. The next one is NOV NF 2, Myrtle Grove to Wood Park, is at 68%. Next one is NOV 6A1, Wood Park to Point Celeste. That's at 99%. NOV 10, which is Happy Jack to Narren, is 96%. And by far, the condition of levees today are by far better than they have ever been. Now, again, they're not perfect, they're not all 100%, but they are by far better now than they've ever been, both sides of the river. To touch on questions first, or you want me to address the concerns that came up first? It's easier for you. Address those. Okay. East Bank, Mr. Brock. Those siphons that used to go under that roadway into that ditch, we know we've talked about it 10 times if we've talked about it once. That had to be blocked off permanently in order to get those levees put into the federal system, period. That's how that had to be. I don't really agree with it, right? To me, if you could open it and let water out, that would have been a benefit. Apparently the Corps of Engineers, CPRA didn't see it that way, but that's why that was done. But again, you got federal protection now. If your levee blows out, federal government fixes it. It's a win-win. And again, your pump stations, the lower two pump stations, they're still greater than 50% capacity, but they're not 100%. But the other three going up are at 100% today. And again, last year, January, February, March, you had 0 pump stations at 100% last year. So you're by far way better protected now than you are today. The potato levee situation around Myrtle Grove. So I've met with Mr. Warren, I met with Mr. Kinney, I met with a couple other people too. When this levee system is completed, those 4-foot levees are obsolete and likely will be removed. Originally, that was the levee protection for Myrtle Grove, right? So that's you don't need a 4-foot levee when you now got 11, 12-foot levee, right? Makes perfect sense. What happens is under that 4-foot levee, there are several culverts that go through there. When the tide would come up and flood the street, it was designed to outflow outside the 4-foot levee and just go into the cow pasture and then catch a canal back around into the bayou. On the north side and the south side, it's been an issue lately on the north side. The Corps of Engineers, again, has their whole work site they're working. The contractor working for them. As the tide would come up and flood those streets, the water would flow through that drain, therefore flooding their work area. So what they did is they decided, well, we're going to fix that. They went and put their own little berms and blocked off the drainage. So it was flooding the last 3 streets every single time. We figured that out. Mr. Kinney called us. We went and looked. We figured out what the problem was. We got the Corps. Corps immediately jumped on and had the contractor come up there and dig that up. We said, okay, please don't do it again. Well, sure enough, a week later, they did the same thing again. And they say it's just a lack of communication. It's my understanding the last time we went out there, they actually removed one of the culverts on the outside of the Potato Ridge levee that would eliminate their issue. They didn't have to do that again. Now, Mr. Kenny, I guess he left, but he told me today that they just did it again recently up on the front end. I didn't know that. It's the first time I heard of it. I didn't think that the front end would even flood in that situation. By far, the back end, the last 3 streets where he's at, they hold the most water. The stuff he's talking about in phase 2 is all private lots. The bulkhead's 1.5 feet higher than the ground level. Tide comes up over bulkhead, floods everything, water goes down, the yards still hold water. I did talk to mosquito control. Mosquito control says they are regularly throwing larvicide in that pooling water, and that's the only issue for mosquito larvae anyways. That's the prime scenario for mosquitoes. So they say they are. When I spoke to them the other day when I was with Mr. Lawrence, they agreed to even do additional throwing the pellets out there. That's not the fog truck. The fog truck is on a regular route. But look, when you live on the water like that, in the marsh, you're going to have mosquitoes. We just try to, everything we do is preventative. We don't have any 100% cures for anything. We just try to make things better. All of that stuff does make it better. What was the other thing on? Audubon Lane, we know Audubon Road issue has been an issue for a long time. We kind of all inherited that. That has not moved forward yet because of the Potato Ridge situation and the work going on next to it. Now, I did try to get an answer a few minutes ago from engineering, but he hadn't answered me yet. It is on the list to be renovated. I'll get the timing and see where it's at on that list, and I'll send that back to you. The railroad gate, and we've talked about that railroad gate on East Bank. And remember, that's not part of the floodgate situation at all. That is a private, homemade type thing. I don't know how or when it ever got built. That's all that is. It's not part of any flood protection system at all. It's just something that helps us. You use less sandbags by having that. It's not a working mechanical gate. It's a wall you drop in a slot and you put bags against it. That's all that is. Unless I forgot something, that's all I have. So whatever questions you have, let's have it.
Let's go through all the directors where we can knock everything out at once. Ms. Taylor.
Well, I don't know if I want to come behind Billy. No, I don't want it back. I'm very short. For the residents of Plaquemines, Community Action Agency is gearing up for their July food distribution throughout the parish. They will be taking applications. You have to apply for it until July the 3rd. At their office, call in or go to the office and put in an application. The residents can go in and they'll be part of this food distribution. I will forward to each one of y'all offices the dates and the locations where Community Action Agency will be at. I'm done.
That was quick. Mr. DeMarco.
Thank you. The generator preventative maintenance is ongoing. It's not going as quickly as I would like, but it is ongoing. We've never, I don't think we've ever had a program in place for maintenance on our generators. We're about 30% complete, with another about 30% should be complete within the next 2 weeks. That's 30%. That's the entire list. We've prioritized that list to make sure that the pump stations, the water plants, the sewer plants, and some of the more important lift stations are addressed first. But we're pushing that company to ramp it up so we could get 100% as quickly as possible. Like Billy said, we are identifying some of the lift stations to get generators there, to have generators on standby if and when we have a situation. We could roll some generators out so we don't have any gaps in our sewer system. The Burris pool is almost complete. There's the south side where the pool sank. It sank. They lifted the coping lip to where it looks a little more level, and they just need to raise the decking. But other than that, the Burris pool is almost complete. The Port Sulphur pool, they should have started today. I'm sorry, this week. They're going to address that cracked wall first. but that should have started this week. The Fort Jackson, the bridge remodel is almost complete. I think all they have left is the handrail on the bridge itself, and they also repaired the steps going to it. So that project is almost complete. As you remember, a couple of weeks ago, the pavilion, the multi-purpose pavilion, had some type of power issues, and most of the air conditions were burned out. That project is that is about 75% capacity. That's been fixed. There was 2 compressors that we were waiting on to come in. That should be done hopefully by this week, and that completes my list.
Good afternoon. So an update, Ironton Park renovations are roughly 85% complete. I have been in communication with Councilmember LaFrancis' office regarding the renovations of the park and with the community representative. We are looking forward to continuing the work and completing over at Ironton and working with the community to start programming the site. Diamond Park, there was some issues with the grass cutting on last week. Those should have been addressed. We are working to expand the current subcontractor services with our grass cutting with the grass cutting at some of our facilities. Recreation has gone out to the park as well as prom so that we can look into getting that park cut on a regular basis with some assistance. The same thing for Leroy Harvey Park. That is another park where we're going to need to look into expanding the current cutting schedule over there to address the ball fields. My team will be going down this week, and also to address the restrooms over there. We'll possibly need to meet with a contractor to go down there and take a look at those restroom repairs. And I will get with your office, council member, so that we can see if you would like to join us to show us some of your concerns and needs for that facility. And we also went out to the splash pad at Roger Halfin Park over at Burris. The splash pad does work. There were multiple leaks that were addressed. We met with a contractor out there, and he's preparing a scope of work on what it would look like to get those repairs completed. Other than that, the pad is working, and it just needs to be cleaned. And we will start that next week if they haven't started already, pressure washing and just making sure that area is clean. Currently, we do have a team of 2 who work down at Roger Halfin, and I have added restrooms and daily cleaning cycles to their list of work. They do it, but I just want to make sure that it's documented and noted for our reference in the future. Also, I would like to kind of discuss our 2024 baseball and softball season and kind of go on record with stating that I will be sending out an email to our coaches that is just thanking them for their patience and for working with us this season. I know we are wrapping up the season and leading into championship games. It has been a great season for our youth. As far as scheduling and different challenges that Recreation had, I do want to address that with coaches and let them know that I am aware, and I do appreciate their commitment to our youth and to Recreation Department, and for everyone continuing to show up on the field and playing this season through. So I would absolutely appreciate our coaches, our parents, and our young people as we complete that season. I will be sending out a follow-up or a feedback survey to coaches to get their feedback on the season and how we can improve and how we can better work together in moving Recreation forward. So that's a take on wrapping up the baseball and softball season. Also, girls volleyball and flag registration closes this Sunday, June 16th. So if anyone is interested in registering for those sports, you have until Sunday to do so. Our registration for girls volleyball is low, so I would like to bring that up on record, and if anyone is interested, that they can go ahead and register. Other than that, that's my report.
Thank you all. All right. Any comments from the audience? No comments. Miss McCarty. Hold on. There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Brock. Sorry, I didn't see you stand up.
just for one of the directors, Mr. Billy, that this jail came in and cleaned out the day where they had the coyote and took care of that, but they didn't cut the grass in the ditch. They only did the shoulders because. No, he said they didn't have the long reach, the correct piece of equipment. All right, I appreciate that, and also on the drainage from Phoenix to White Ditch. If that road, I already told that we're going to be out of there before the water get on the road. But if there's a way of getting the water off the road, that's going to be a problem because that's. Will the water go down that you'll be able to get it back on the road?
That's an unprotected area, so until the water goes down, there's nothing. Until the water goes down, that's an unprotected area, so it will hold water.
So
actually, the water that's being pumped out of Phoenix and lower end is going to make that problem worse.
Even worse. So that sounds like if the water comes 4 feet in on Phoenix to White Ditch, we'll probably be out of there. We won't be able to go back home for at least a month or longer. If the water come from, I'm talking about just a tropical storm, because the water came across the road already before, and it'd be at least 18 inches to 24 inches of water, and we won't be able to come back because we're not allowed to use the levee. That's what I was told. So we need to get some rocks on the levee so we come back and check on our residents. Because that from Phoenix to White Ditch could be a month, could be 2 months.
Yes, sir.
I've been wanting to use that word. I yield.
Any other comments from the audience? All right, Ms. McCarty.
Thank you. Mr. Witchers, I understand that today we are cutting the grass in the Covert Canal, is that correct?
Yes, that started this morning. It's probably finished by now.
Excellent. A lot of people have asked about that for close calls and accidents.
Lovely.
Yeah. If we could go ahead and schedule to check on the ditches and the other canals and both south and north Fort St. Leon, I'd appreciate that. And also, I know I'm going to get a call about the railroad track, if we could spray along there.
I looked at all of that today.
Oh,
So just keep in mind, remember, when they start on the north side of the bridge, Planters Canal and all that's first, then Engineers Road, then they cross over. And don't get me wrong, by the time they get to finish the whole Barrier Road area now, Planters Canal will be high again. But that same one machine that we have still has to go all the way through Bell Chase, through Jesuit Bend, down to Myrtle Grove before it comes back up again. But that's one of the issues we talk. It's a frequency issue. It's not that it's getting done. It's frequency. So, and if you have a particular issue that's like it's just a problem today, we can pull off and come do it. It's not the most efficient way to do things, but we'll put out the fire for you if that helps. Just let us know.
Do we need more people or equipment?
Yes.
Which is it?
Yes, on both.
Both? Okay.
People is more of the problem.
Okay.
And look, the pay has been increased. Look, I think a tractor driver's just under $20 an hour. A truck driver's at $20 an hour. Pay has increased substantially from what it used to be. Nobody's applying for jobs. And you know, I hate to say it, but some of the ones that do can't pass a drug test or can't pass a physical. It's like the worst of the worst that can't get jobs anywhere else end up coming here. And we have some good people that end up with good jobs. Mm-hmm. So it's not everybody, but that candidate pool is not what you would think it would be. I don't know if it's a private versus public sector thing. It's just we don't get the number of candidates that you would think.
So if you know somebody who needs a job.
That's correct, right.
Please come. And on Epsilon, I just wanted to let you know, I spoke with someone about trying to cover over Epsilon between Covert and Beta, and I'd like to see if we can get Mr. Dugas in on that and give them a price.
Okay.
Mr. Hinckley mentioned that when he was council member, he thought that that land was private, so we got to find out if that's parish-owned or that little stretch is private-owned.
I think it's one of a couple that are same scenario.
Mhm.
Concrete street ends, turns into rock for a couple of hundred feet and then goes
Yeah.
back. I think that is one of them. I think we did confirm that is parish.
Okay.
So we
good.
should be able to do that.
Okay, excellent. It's about 100 feet long. I've been getting a lot of calls about blight, and I'd like to mention that Dr. Gui and Mr. Burris have been working on a program that will help with issues in blight in the future. In the meantime, if it is something that the health department can look at, we send somebody out so Mr. DeMarco is notified about every call about blight. And I don't know if you want to address that, Mr. DeMarco.
Well, I looked at one off your list today, even though I have nothing to do with
Okay.
blight, but just FYI, everyone's definition of blight is different, right?
Yes.
Just because it's ugly don't mean it's an
Right.
issue and it's blightful. I looked at the one today that you sent over off of Barrier Road. I don't see the issue with it. I know the neighbor behind it can't stand it.
Is that the one with the pool and the high grass,
No.
or?
No.
Okay.
XI,
Okay.
that one.
I have
So
two
that's a
on
prime example of, to me, I know if the health department goes out there, it's not going to be a blight issue. The yard was kept, it just has a lot of stuff in the yard, under the carport. That's one of those deals where I know one particular neighbor hates it. I don't
They're
know.
just complaining.
It wasn't the person on the complaint, but you're going to run across those situations. We definitely have some that are no doubt a blind person could see it's blight. So we do have to address that, but.
Thank you. Mr. DeMarco?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever y'all get a complaint, please send it to us. If it's a blight or a high grass complaint, we do forward it to the health department, and they do their inspection. And the notice of violation letters are sent out. I won't say most of the time, but a lot of times the owner will respond and either cut the grass or clean it up. But when they don't, we give them 14 days from the notice of violation and respond accordingly. We have a contract with a grass cutter that goes out and actually cuts the grass, and then we send them the bill. Past that, like you said, Mr. Burris is working on a program to give us a little more teeth in that. But anytime y'all have some complaints, please send it to us. We'll try the best we can to send the completed date of the request.
Thank
and if we fall short of that, just let us know and we'll correct that.
And I'm keeping a spreadsheet that I'm sharing with you guys. So my assistant and I will contact the person who's made the complaint to let them know when it's completed. Burmaster, I just wanted to let the people know at Fort St. Louis North that today I made another request to have the yellow light flash for you to get into your neighborhood. And a couple of weeks ago, I made another request to Plannery because I was told by LADOTD that the construction company in the area is responsible for all signs and all changes of security and safety. So I made a request to them, and I'm still waiting on another response back from them. And lastly, I just want to mention that we're going to have another 4th of July celebration on 5th of July at the Medal of Honor Park. We're looking for sponsors, volunteers, and any community group that might want to share some information at that. We try and pay for snowballs, for watermelon, for food, for water, and this year we're going to have some other beverages that you might have to pay for. But it's a free event, and we also have, besides fireworks, we have a band. Thank you.
Mr. Chersich.
All right, I'm going to keep it pretty brief. The splash pad in Empire as well needs service. I don't know if you looked at that one as well. Me and Billy talked about it. And I'm going to address, I know, Billy, you've seen it, but the Highway 11 repair work south of the Empire Bridge is unbelievably horrible. A young lady the other day did run into one of those ruts and tore her car up pretty good. The problem is the contractors are leaving equipment, the heavy equipment, on the road itself as well. So at night, it's nobody there. And there is no flag people. Whenever this, the next phase starts north of the bridge, I think we need to look in and try to get them to do a better job, because that road's in worse shape right now with the patchwork, which I know they're not finished. They got to come back and complete the job, but jumping all over the place is not working for these citizens that live down there.
It doesn't seem efficient to me. Like when I wrote it yesterday, I spoke to you and I'd already spoke to Mr. Kognovich. He agreed. And I know Mr. Kognovich called engineering yesterday before I got to call them to tell them the same thing. It might be worse now than it was when they started. So being in progress is one thing, but I know the northern end up by past Daybrook, there's no barricades, there's no signs, there's no nothing. And that dips worse than it was before. I don't care what they say. So that's something that they were going to call the contractor and have them address right away.
And I do want to compliment you on this. This has been very helpful to have in front of us, too. I appreciate that. I appreciate your thorough report. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Reverend Edwards.
Yeah, a couple of things. When Billy was talking and saying that we should be excited that our pumping station's at 50%, but it was my understanding when I got in office that we were looking at getting reimbursement for grants, and I thought we would be past 50%, at this point. The other thing is, when you say we don't have no levee problems, I don't know if you knew this, but some aliens, as you was talking about earlier, some aliens came and said the reason why the Perla-Hatch levee, Perla-Hatch levee is not repaired because we need to put rocks because the levee is not sound. I also would take the position that on the East Bank, as Mr. Brock was saying, there's a lot of cracks, and I think we talk about it. So we don't take the position that all the levees are good. And we still think there need to be some rocks on the levee, especially getting the hurricane season. That area that Mr. Brock was talking about between Phoenix to White Dish, to get on a levee, it would be a problem. And so we still think, contrary to this administration, that there should be some rocks on those levees because it's a real problem. And I think we talked about from the area of Delco going all the way to the ferry in Delco, a lot of people walk that levee with their children, and I ran on that levee, and I don't know if Mr. Brock's ready. They got some serious gaps in there, and I think I was told that the Corps of Engineers did inspection, and they see it as minimum, and as you said earlier, while what we might see as a problem, you don't see it as, but I just think when community have a problem, we need to address it, and I will still take position. We got a levee problem. To say there was not no levee problem, to me, it's not the correct thing because we do have a serious levee problem. And I'm not going to even get into the White Dish problem, the breakaway levee thing. I don't even take that because, everybody knows that's a crime. So I would hope that we take a better attitude towards really looking at the levee and really work on the pumping station. Because let me ask you a question. The pump that we have right now, are we still paying for that, or are we on those pumps now?
No, we're paying for them. They're reimbursed by FEMA.
And how much do we pay for those pumps?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
It's something ridiculous.
It's expensive. Yeah,
Very expensive. And I was saying that how long are we going to be paying this ridiculous price for these pumping stations where we can get one? I was told, 19 months ago that we wouldn't be at 50%. But we was at the level we were no longer paying this expensive price for these temporary pumping stations, and these pumping stations would be up. So to me, I would say this, 50%, I am not happy with saying that while we wasn't at 100%, say we're at 50%, I'm not happy because that 50% with the right hurricane come could cause a disaster to our community, and we already got a problem because of the elevation issue. So I just hope that we can really look at it better than we're doing, and because we're not just pleased and saying, oh, wow, having a back to Jesus moment because we just at 50%. I yield.
Let me back up. So you hit the nail on the head. It's just like the blight. Everybody's perception of what's substantial or satisfactory is different. We go by the standards set by the Corps of Engineers that said the levee is safe. It might not necessarily be pretty, but you can expect this summer for those cracks to get worse. We fought with that last year. There are cracks that you could ride a motorcycle and you will fall in some of these cracks. They're 6 inches wide. The Corps of Engineers says it's not a structural issue that will cause an issue at a high river or a high level flood to the top of those levees. We can only go by that standard. Now, sure, would we like it to be better, not have those? Absolutely. But if the Corps is telling us we're not at risk of failure, we have to trust in that. The pump stations, you're absolutely right. Without those temporary pumps, you would be less than 50%. So with the temporary pumps is how you at 50% now. Point-La-Hash will be the next one that'll go up substantially, hopefully to 100 pretty soon, because we did get that courthouse bond money that's paying for most of that stuff. The problem with the FEMA reimbursement stuff is you have to have the money up front, and it's millions of dollars of repairs. So maybe if money starts rolling in and we have those millions of dollars in repairs and we can dedicate that funding for pump repairs, that'd be great. In the meantime, we're doing what we can with what we have. And I don't think anyone can dispute better is better. You're better now than you were before. You're not where we need to be, but you are better now than you were before. I appreciate that. The flood team is proud of that. I would hope somebody would just say, hey, it's getting better. That's all we could ask for.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes. Thank you for taking care of Grand Bayou Road and Happy Jack Road. Jeff DeMarcos, thank you for taking care of that issue with the air condition, and it was two things. The air condition and the road also, right? He took care of the road.
Really took care of the road.
Ms. Morrison, thank you for taking care of that, the cutting of grass in Diamond Park, and thank you for helping us out with the Ironton Park. So whenever we get ready for ribbon cutting ceremony, make sure you let everyone know so we can participate in it. Thank you.
So this is, I don't know who it is actually, Jeff or Billy. So twice now in the last 3 weeks, we lost power for most of Belchase. One due to a rotted pole, one due to I don't even know what, because it was a sunny day. Can we push Energy or AT&T or whoever to get out here and inspect these poles? Because if it's breaking on a sunny day, no wind, I'm afraid what's going to happen during hurricane season.
We all are. I read a report that where Entergy supposedly does their inspections. I don't know how frequent they are, but they have identified quite a few poles that need to be replaced. If they're getting to them in an efficient time, who knows? But we have been pushing them to ramp that up.
And also, I have one in my district where they put the new pole in, but they refuse to move the power over to the new pole. So I'm like, can we pull whatever strings we have to get, I mean, because if the old pole has already been per se replaced, but they're not moving the power, then storm comes in, you know that pole's going to fail already because they refuse to move the power over. So I don't know what we have to do, but like I said, it's twice now on sunny days that we lost power for half of Belchase. So to me, and pretty much they admit that was a rotted pole. But Energy's blaming AT&T. AT&T says, oh, we do our inspection. So I yield. Mr. Newsom.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Schultz. Speaking about the money for the pumping stations, I know it had to be last year sometime. We got a report about all the pumping station. Report probably was, I don't know, it's very extensive. But didn't we approve a bond for like $16 million and then a loan from Department of Natural Resources for $12 million? Am I correct with those figures? Right? Is that not true?
Yes, we did get bond money for the pumping stations. We are in the middle of reviewing the priorities based on some reassessments that were done. And we're also waiting for some PWs to be written on those projects before we actually use those funds. I'm not sure if the Point LaHash, I thought that was being used with the bond. I don't know.
The bulk of the report and the bulk of the work was East Bank related. Was I know East Bank related. It was.
No, you're right.
Every pumping station on East Bank had some work that needed to be done to it. So.
No, you're right. You're right about that.
That's all. I was just I wanted to remember. So, but you answered my question. Thank you.
And we also had leftover courthouse bond money to Point LaHash pumping station. So, Ms. Skognovich.
While we're pushing on Energy about poles, push on them. I got 300 lights out in my district. then put some pressure on AT&T and T-Mobile that I'm getting complaints, there's no internet, no phone service. So we in a third world country down there. And I know the gumbo grant, Pat Connick said something about it today. Money for internet service and all, and
All right.
thank you.
All right. At this time, due to somebody having to catch a flight from Infomark, we're going to go to 9C for just this one item and then back to the agenda. 9C, please.
9C. An ordinance to amend the 2024 Waterworks and Sewage Fund Operating Expenditure Budget, Waterworks and Sewage Billing Department, and Waterworks and Sewage Operations Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And this is for Councilmember Schultz. It has changes.
Please read the changes.
Okay, we're going to change the amounts for lines 18 through 24. The new amounts for line 18 is $106,520. Line 19, $2,920. Line 20, $1,660. Line 21, $12,070. And line 23 is $45,270. Then we're going to lines 28, which is now $1,400. And line 29 is $650. Line 32 is $440 now. 33 is $170. 34, $110. And 35, $2,100. Line 49 is now $580. Line 51 is $450. Line 54 is $550. And line 56 is $300. On line 71, it's now $340. Line 74 and 75, which are for small tools and equipment general and materials general, has completely been removed. And so has line 80 for other charges general. That has been removed. In the second chart, line 93, the new amount is $382,970.
All right. With that, I offer with the changes, ask for a second. Second by Ms. McCarty. All right, really quick, due to all the changes and everything, what this is doing is moving the billing department of the water department under Infomark, where everything is under one contractor and all that. The reason for all the changes was when this was introduced a month and a half ago, these were the budget amounts to basically zero it out within our water fund, but now that they use some of those funds in the month and a half, the amounts to zero out has gone down for all that. And same thing for the cost of the contract has gone down because it's less months through the end of the year. So that's what all those changes were, was for budgetary purposes to, I guess you'll say, true it up. So with that, any comments from the audience?
Clarence Blocks, 156 East Camelland, real short. Is this going to cost the residents any amount of money?
No, sir. Nothing changes with the race. This is just moving the department, the billing department, over to Infomark, and it will actually save the parish money in the long run based on the savings of the contract.
The only reason why I asked that, I know 20 residents and from Phoenix to Front of Ash, the income is less than $900 a month. If they go up on their water bill?
No, sir. This does not change. This has nothing to do with the rate.
All right, good. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Arthur Henry Belchase. So this put the Waterworks totally on the privatization of Infomart.
All the employees, this is basically a labor contract. All the employees in billing department will be under Infomart. Now, we're still responsible for budgeting and giving the money to run it and collecting, and basically the rates are set by us. So it's not a complete privatization. It's just per se, I guess you'll say a labor contract, correct, Joe?
Yeah, well,
That's correct.
I don't see no need for it even to do this, though. You know, I think it should be part of that part should be part of the government. It should be you guys be able to handle a complaint from your constituents.
Oh, no, we'll still get the complaints.
You know,
We can call
because
it.
Infomart gonna say, well, then I was, well, you got to go talk to your council. The council people gonna say, no, Infomart do it. This is a deal where I think it should be better off with the government. And second, you said that the complaints and the disputes will be handled by the government,
Well, I mean,
not by Infomart. So if I got a water problem, I call my council person or Infomart.
you can call either. I mean, I get complaints from the.
Who would solve the problem?
It's the same as right now. I get a complaint. I call Jeff and Robert Morgan with Infomark, and they work on it. So nothing's really changing except for where who the paycheck comes from. Basically, is what's changing. Same amount of employees is planned. Same. I mean, pretty much for the most part, nothing's really changing except for because what's happened. Part of the reason now is we get some of the employees are parish workers, some are Infomark, and it's like basically who's responsible. And if it's all under Infomark, it solves that problem. And then basically we're responsible for complaints, still budgeting everything, setting their water rates, everything like that. It's basically a professional services contract, basically is what it's coming down to.
And how much Infomart charging for this extra duty?
370 something thousand, I think is adding to the contract, but overall it's saving the parish about 280, correct?
It's close to about $1 million over 3 years.
Oh, over 3 years, close to $1 million that the parish will actually be saving doing it this way.
The parish going to be saving according to the regulatory things the other day. We got an F in the water department, so we need to start spending some money on our infrastructure here. You know, so that savings going to be put towards infrastructure.
Agreed.
Might be well spent.
Because the way
the
water department works, it goes into its own fund, and we can't use that money for anything outside of Waterworks anyway.
Right, I understand. It's the enterprise fund. I understand that. I just think this is something to circumvent the government from doing the duty to listen to the complaints and the disputes of the constituents.
Yes, sir. Any other comments from the audience? Table? Mr. Kognovich.
So the employees were good.
Yes.
And I get complaints about it's raining in New York, so I take complaints about everything.
I'm the same way. I get complaints. Mr. Jurisich.
Yes, just want to reiterate to Mr. Henry, we get the complaints now and we call Infomart. You know, Robert and them know we that's the way we work already. So it's not changing anything in the government because we're going to still handle those complaints. Just wanted to clarify that.
Reverend Edwards.
Yeah, and Mr. Henry, when you talked, that was my concern, whether we were going to be able to address constituency still can call up, and we're holding Infomart responsible for addressing all the issue. To me, the saving that for us, to me, is a tremendous thing. And my only other question was, and Jeff just answered that, in terms of employees being resolving that issue, and understand that had been addressed. Because me, more than what we want, is that we have people being employed and whether their livelihood be at stake. And I'm glad we addressed it, that issue.
No more comments. Machines are open. Passes 9-0. First vote at 3:50. All right, back to
Bids and advertising.
5.
5, bids and advertisements. A resolution authorizing the acceptance of bids for furnishing one or more commercial rescue apparatus for a period of 1 year for use parish-wide. Councilmember Schultz.
Ask for a second. Second by Mr. Kongovich. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes 9-0. Next item, please.
6, beer and liquor licenses. A, DG Louisiana LLC 26715 Highway 23, Port Sulphur, Louisiana 70083. DG Louisiana LLC 36749 Highway 11, Buras, Louisiana 70041. Dollar General Store 21517 3499 Highway 39, Braithwaite, Louisiana 70040. DG Louisiana LLC 100 Oak Road, Buras, Louisiana 70041. DG Louisiana LLC 13900 Highway 23, Belchase, Louisiana 70037. DG Louisiana LLC 9385 Highway 23, Belchase, Louisiana 70037. DG Louisiana LLC 42670 Highway 23, Venice, Louisiana 70091. Bromart Number 2, 7902 Highway 23, Belchase, Louisiana 70037. Moss Sandwich and Snack Shop 39570 Highway 23, Buras, Louisiana 70041.
I'll offer. Ask for a second. Second by Reverend Edwards. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes 9-0. We'll take 7A1, 2, basically 7A 1 through 8 in Globo.
All of them in Globo?
Yeah, or 1 through 8 for the constructions.
Texas Petroleum Investment Co., application number 2024-461, application date 4/30/24. Proposed well and structure removal for the SL 8063 SWD number 1 well, Grand Isle Bayfield. Icon Environmental Services, application number 2024-465, application date 5/1/24. Environmental assessment from Oil, Gas, E&P in Delacroix, Bayou Gentili, Lake Petite, and Crooked Bayou Fields, Grand Isle, Bayfield. Locks LLC, application number 2024-508, application date 5/7/24. Proposed shell pad pilings and drilling barge to drill the Yosemite Prospect A1 upon successful completion of the wells. A 28-foot by 7-foot well protector platform will be installed. Well A1, Brenton Sound Block 34. Locks LLC, application number 2024-510, application date 5/7/24. Proposed shell pad pilings and drilling barge to drill the Yosemite Prospect A2 upon successful completion of the wells. A 28-foot by 7-foot well protector platform will be installed. Well A2, Brenton Sound Block 34. Locks LLC, application number 2024-511, application date 5/7/24. Proposed shell pad pilings and drilling barge to drill the Yosemite Prospect B1 upon successful completion of the wells. A 28-foot by 7-foot well protector platform will be installed. Well B1, Brenton Sound Block 34. Locks LLC, application number 2024-512, application date 5/7/24. Proposed shell pad pilings and drilling barge to drill the Yosemite Prospect B2 upon successful completion of the wells. A 28-foot by 7-foot well protector platform will be installed. Well B2, Brenton Sound Block 34. 7, C&C Marine and Repair, application number 2024-591, application date 5/22/24. Installation of 68 monopiles. Diameter steel pile along Intercoastal Canal for moorings, 701 Engineers Road, Belchase.
We're deferring 8.
Yes.
8 will be deferred. All right, do I have an offer? Offer by Mr. Jurisic. Second by Ms. McCarty. Any comments from the audience?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make this one real short. Building permits. That's a lot of building permits for 1 to 6 for District 1. So sooner or later, that district going to be an oil and gas area. I know some of these places way out in way out, but is all this coming into the Mississippi River area, the pipelines and all that? And will that all that drilling and all that they're taking out of the ground, will that affect the environment at a later date?
Yes.
I know the permit's going to pass, but I'm thinking about the people in that district. Will it affect us in the long run?
I think this is actually pylons for barge protector platform. Ms. Edwards, did you want to expand upon that, or?
Yeah, most of the things came out of permit office that they're really deep way away from us that wouldn't affect anything where you're digging. It's a possibility if you got Hurricane 5 that would do that. But I just think that it meets all the requirements that's really needed, and there's nothing we can do. I mean, I've argued that part that you talk, and they know what you're saying. I've said that already. But this goes straight through the permit office. And matter of fact, the governor is almost at the level where we ain't going to have to deal with the stuff. He want to handle it at his level. So, but it's really way out, in the area where it doesn't affect us immediately. But I'm just saying I can't say that if something come category 1080 wouldn't happen, but it'd have to be something like that for the stuff that we're talking about here.
Okay, because I heard of the area of Britain Sound, so I know that. But I can't be one that come up and talk about if it's close or far away, because I got lost right by the marine. I could see the top of the marine and couldn't get back in. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes 8-0 with one abstention from District Mr. Congovich. All right. Mrs. LaFrance, are you moving all yours, or how you want to proceed? Because I think the majority left is.
Yeah. I'm gonna defer you because it was supposed to be a renewal, but they don't have renewal written.
Okay. I'm making sure we're voting. I'll let you know in a second. I'm discussing. Okay, you're good with it? All right, and you're good with all the ones in the floodplain?
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this. We're going to take, just to keep it separate, B through we're on 7B through B through V, as in Victor, all in Globo.
Okay.
Good luck reading.
All right. Draven Brown Camper Trailer in FP Zoning District, 2765 Hermitage Road, Lake Hermitage, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Glenn Biggin Camper Trailer in FP Zoning District, 274 West Bayou Lane, Lake Hermitage, Louisiana. Peyton Helmer Camper Trailer in FP Zoning District, 265 West Bayou Lane, Lake Hermitage, Louisiana. G&L RV Investments, LLC, Shane Vermillion, conditional approval for 14 spaces, temporary RV park, 29297, Highway 11, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Kathy Heroff, conditional approval for 18 spaces for temporary RV park, 31108, Highway 23, Buras, Louisiana. Edson Coronado, RV camper and an FP zoning district, 123A West Shirley Road, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Trinity Leonard Gudo, RV camper and FP zoning district, 123B West Shirley Road, Port Sulphur, Louisiana.
There's no way you're done.
Oh, no, I'm good. Brandon Hoover, RV camper and FP zoning district, 148A West Shirley Road, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Todd Downey, RV camper and FP zoning district, 148B West Shirley Road, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Gary Viron, RV camper in FP zoning district 150B, Church Lane, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Gary Viron, RV camper in FP zoning district 150C, Church Lane, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Julius Hippler, RV camper in FP zoning district 1045A, Hermitage Road, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Sam Burford, RV camper in FP zoning district 1045B, Hermitage Road, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Frank Douglas Jr., RV camper in FP zoning district 150A, West Shirley Road, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Nathan Garner, RV camper in FP zoning district 150B, West Shirley Road, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. Shauna Dyson, RV camper in FP zoning district 15688A, Highway 23, Belchase, Louisiana. Gennaro Alvarado, RV camper in FP zoning district 15688B, Highway 23, Belchase, Louisiana. Darrell Pierce, Jr., RV camper in FP zoning district 15694A, Highway 23, Belchase, Louisiana. Johnny Dominguez, RV camper in FP zoning district 15694B, Highway 23, Belchase, Louisiana. River Oaks West LLC, Billwood Smith Permanent RV Park, 26296, Highway 23, Port Sulphur, Louisiana. AP Dotson LLC, Permanent RV Park, conditional approval, 4055-1, Highway 23, Boothville, Louisiana.
You offer, Mr. LaFrance? Offered by Ms. LaFrance, second by Mr. Jursich. Any comments from the audience?
Who seconded?
Mr. Jursich.
Hi, name's David Clark, 108 Avenue A in Belchase. Is it, don't we have an ordinance in place where we aren't allowed to put RVs in the floodplain? Look, I'm not against anybody doing anything with their property. I just want to know if there's an ordinance in place that allows us to put, and if there is, how is this making it to the council? Because I go to the permit office and they tell me you can't do it, and it stops there. But this is somehow making it past that point to get to you guys up for a vote. I've been trying for almost a year, and if I can get my councilman that's over that to answer his phone and talk to me about it, I might be able to proceed with this. This is ridiculous. I think it's biased. I think it's we're picking and choosing who we want to develop these things. It's not right for me. It's not right for the individuals like me that are trying honestly to do this legally, and we're being shut down. We're not being heard by the permit office where we can come before you guys and plead our case. I know I was turned down for a permanent spot, but I'm coming up for a temporary spot like everybody else is doing right now. I don't have a problem with that. But I'm sitting on 16 acres right now in a great place that's surrounded by RVs, and I'm being shut down. I know you're sitting on 600-something spots in your area, but I think you're the developer of the ordinance that allows temporary spots from, I think you and I spoke about that, from St. Jude down. And you and I think, spoke a week or two ago about it. At the time, that probably was a good idea, but right now you're being inundated by RVs. You're saying it yourself. You're being overpopulated by them. We got some good locations out there, people like myself, that should have the opportunity to do the same thing. And now, again, I'm not against anybody doing anything, but I know some of these RVs that you guys are approving right now are already on site. I know that for a fact, because just like other people do their homework, I do my homework. I get out there and I look and I see and I know what's there. And a couple pages down, a couple of spots down, we're going to be voting on whether or not we want an ordinance. So we're going to be talking about an ordinance to put a hold on temporary RV spots or A2s and floodplains. But how are we doing this? How can we say prayers at the first of the meeting to have everybody on equal grounds, that we're going to be fair and equality for everybody? This is not according to our prayers. I hear that every beginning of every meeting. We're saying these prayers, but we're not holding ourselves to that. We're picking and choosing and letting people decide who gets what. And the rest of us are being shut down. I'm sorry to sound frustrated, but it's been a year now. It's been a year since I've been dealing with this. And I should have the opportunity to come before you guys with my permit to give me 40 spots or whatever you guys allow me to, and cut through the bureaucracy and stuff, because this is just not fair for me or people like me. Now, there's a group of us that have been talking for a year now that are having the same issues. But how is this making it to you guys for a vote in a floodplain when we have an ordinance in place that they can't do it? I'm being told no, but every week we're voting on this. Every week we're seeing this. So somebody somewhere is getting past that process. And I would like the same opportunity to do that. And please, somebody respond to me before I sit down so I can have an answer for you guys, or at least have a comment.
Mr. Clark, all of these applications or renewals in the floodplain are not parks. It's only 1 or 2 RVs on a lot. They're not parks in the
They're still
floodplain.
illegal in the ordinance. No RVs are allowed in the floodplain.
In the ordinance, it's RV parks that you're referencing. It says RV parks. The difference here, as Mr. DeMarco, my understanding, again, this is not my district, and I'm trying to learn as much about RVs as I can, but it's RV parks where it restricts the floodplain. Here, it's 1 or 2, which is allowed. Even, I mean, we have them a couple places in Bell Chase. My understanding is he should be able to put 1 or 2 on his lot, correct? You should be able to go to permit and say, I want 2 trailers on your lot. I understand that's not what you want, but that's my understanding of the ordinance is on the floodplain question. Now, the temporary is a totally, like, the restrictions on where is a totally different issue, but that's why you brought up the floodplain. That's my understanding.
Well, have you guys been down to Myrtle Grove? Have you seen the 1 or 2 spots? There's trailer parks in Myrtle Grove in the floodplain. They were allowed. It was built during the moratorium that I sat through. So those were built during this, and they were trailer parks. There's more than 1. There's more than 2. There's multiple RVs.
And we are working on enforcing violations. I got a report right here that 20 violation letters went out on Tuesday of this week. I don't know where. I don't have that. I can only answer for Mr. DeMarco. You want to expand upon that?
There are quite a few parks out there that are not in compliance, and we're continuing to have our RV inspectors go out and send letters to those parks that are not in compliance and urge them to come into compliance.
And how would they come into compliance?
Come to the permit office and apply for the permits or move the trailers.
That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for how do we get in compliance? Because I'm not against moving these things by no means. I think there's a need for them, but
Call the permit office and they'll give you the proper steps to go through to either come into compliance or you're not able to do what you're looking to do in those areas. They'll give you that information at the permit office.
I've been to the permit office, believe me, many times. And I know what's taking place. I mean, I've just like a lot of other people, I'm driving up and down the road and I'm seeing things developed. I'm seeing things coming up. It's an issue that I think we're, like I said, picking and choosing. And it's not fair to the rest of the residents that want to develop that. I'm hoping Councilman Jurisich would chime in on this and just kind of.
Right. Hold on. All right. Okay. So, he's in the queue to speak, but right now we need a public comment from anybody else. I mean.
Yeah, and that's what.
Mr. Clark. I mean, I get, but your time is.
Gotcha.
We have rules. And any other comments from the audience? Yes, sir. State your name and address, please.
My name is Kevin Merrick. I'm at 29970 Highway 23. I got almost 2 acres at 29824 in Home Place, right up the street from my house. Every time I go to the permit office, I get rejected for something. I put in a temporary pole to put my food trailer on it. The lady told me that I couldn't do it. I couldn't get a water meter. She said I got to have something on the property. I mean, if I got a property, if I want to put a water meter on it, why shouldn't I put a water meter on it? I might want to put my boat there and wash it. You know? But every time I go to the permit office, it's something different. But when I got the permit for the temporary pole, I call Energy, they didn't receive it. I goes back by the permit office. I said, well, Energy didn't get the permit, the permit. And John, the inspector, said, well, Kevin, I inspected it. Everything passed. Lenny Glass was there, the one that did the work. The ladies at the permit department, you know what they say? Well, I don't know whose fault it is. It ain't mine. Well, who sent the permit to Energy? Not me. Not the inspector. You know? They say, well, let me resend it. They resent it. Next day, Energy called me. I got your permit. Now I put in for a water meter. 30 days, over 30 days. They said they got to go through DOT and this and that and the other. I paid them $1,500. I'm still waiting on the water meter. I got my sewage tank and stuff down. You know, I'm waiting on the water meter so I could complete my job. I called Troy Phillips. I'm working on it. You got to call him 3-4 times. You know, I'm like Clark. They picking and choosing what they want to do. You know, they're like the fire hydrant. Man want to charge me $40,000 for a fire hydrant. Why should I have to pay $40,000 for a fire hydrant? And nobody else got it. You know, I got pictures in my pocket. 5-6 trailers. They ain't got no fire hydrant. You gonna tell me I only can put 2? I need 3. I need a fire hydrant. Everybody ride up down the road. Ain't nobody blind around here. What's the problem? You got to be the right person to get something done. And I don't really care if y'all reject me, because it really don't bother me. It bothers me that there's favoritism in this parish, and I'm looking for some answers.
All right. I don't have those. I mean,
Your permitting problems, Mr. Moore, can you give me
that will be the person to talk to. I mean, we don't have that answer. I don't have your permit in front of me or anything. So
I had to talk to him about the water meter. He sent me back to the lady by the permit department. I put in for the water meter. I paid for it. She rejected it.
okay. Yeah, because I mean, until it comes to us for a vote, we don't even see the application. So, Mr. DeMarco, looks like he's getting his card, and I'm not trying to defer, but he's the best person to talk to about that and get answers. Because, like I said, I don't have your application in front of me or anything.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know if she wants to talk or not. Bad timing, Ms. Amitra.
Sorry for my appearance, but how y'all doing today?
State your
My name is Amitra Rose. I'm the superintendent of permits, planning, and zoning. As far as trailer parks in a floodplain, we all know that they're not allowed. The applications that you all have read over were for 1 or 2 RVs on a, on a parcel of land. The parks that are there, the places that have more than 3 are now on the list for violations. So we're waiting for, the process to be completed for enforcement on that. As for Mr. Clark, he's in an area where you would have to do a map change first. He petitioned, it was denied. That's not my control. As for Mr. Kevin Merrick, he applied for a food truck at a location, came to the office, we gave him the electrical, we gave him the water. At the same location, he wanted to do a park. You can't have both. You have to pick which one you want. He chose the food truck, so now you cannot do the temporary RV. He's also in the process where he needs hydrants. Every application that we have approved, if they're not within the requirements of a fire hydrant, have installed every hydrant. Again, if he's speaking on the ones that have the 3 or more that are in violation, we still are in the process to get them under control. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Mitra, for clearing
I'm
that.
trying to catch my breath.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. All right. We can only allow you to come up once. Okay. Really quick before we get off subject. Okay. Who has questions for Ms. Mitra? You? All right. Mr. Jurisic.
Yes. How you doing, Amitra?
I'm well.
So these ones in the floodplain that are going to be singles or doubles?
There's singles. Each application that you have may be on one parcel of land. They may have 2 applications that you see for one parcel of land, which is allowed upon the square footage of a property. If you have 5,000 square feet of property, you're allowed to place 2 recreational vehicles. It doesn't matter if it's in a floodplain, an A2 zoning classification, or an M8 zoning classification. You need 2,500 square feet of property per recreational vehicle.
So my question is, do they have to be elevated?
Recreational vehicles are temporary structures. They're allowed for 180 days. They have to either vacate the premises or move around from one space to another space in the 180 days. The owner of the property, whoever petitioned or applied for the application for an RV, has a reporting form that they have to submit to us to show us the movement of the trailer. If it's in a park, if it's on a private parcel of land, they have to then come back and reapply. On each permit, we put an expiration date. If it's on a parcel of land, that it said it has to be removed by a certain date, and then they have to come back and reapply.
Yes. I get the floodplain thing. It does look like we're picking and choosing. I'm glad you came over to answer these questions.
Yes, thank you.
So does that mean anybody in the floodplain can put 2?
If they have the proper square footage, yes, sir.
Right now, so people sitting in West Point, Lahash, north of the St. Jude humps can still put 2 if they choose to put 2 for now.
They can put 2, but I need them to understand that it's not a blanket permit. So it's not like a park where you would apply for the pad, the spacing. You have to have at least the occupant or know who the person is that's going to occupy your land. From there, they come in with their registration or their information on their camper trailer, as well as a site plan, and we will put them through the process.
Because that's my issue with the floodplain was, if we have an ordinance, does it cover all? You said parks. It's a little clearer to us now. I was under the understanding they may have to be elevated in this floodplain if they will allow them, but you just explained that to me as well. And I hope people in the audience get this explanation as well. I'm glad you came over here to do that because we kind of needed it at the time. And that's all I wanted to ask you, but I still want to have the floor after.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Okay, you have a question for Ms. Mitra? Because I re-queue in Mr. Jurisic for later.
Yes, Ms. Mitra, and I might have misunderstood you. So on a parcel of land in a floodplain, you can have, and you said 3 or more, or is it 2 or more? Is it?
I said 2.
2, okay, I misunderstood. So just 2 per parcel, per
Depending
X
on your
amount.
square footage of land.
And on your square
That
footage.
is very
right.
important.
So another comment, in the 180 days of moving, that is FEMA guidelines, correct?
Yes, sir, that is
Okay.
the NFIP requirements.
One more question I got, and I've learned a lot about RVs in this last year. I think I can sell RVs now. I learned so much. I'm going to work for Dad's Camp or whatever over there.
I appreciate y'all helping us with this.
So, do we have any zoning that says the RV park zoning, is it permanent or temporary?
So as for RV parks, for permanent, you have to have a map change done to your property to be an MH zoning classification. That is the only zoning classification where a permanent park, whether it is for a full-size or recreational
We
vehicle,
have
can be
no
allowed.
zoning that says just strictly for RVs, just strictly for an RV park.
MH.
That is MH, not RV. Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Edwards, did you have a question for Ms. Mitra? Yeah. All right, you have the floor.
This stuff is so confusing for me. I now serve on the zoning board, but it isn't a fact that while we can have zoning board rule, you can have, but this governing body, is a single majority vote could change everything that we have, right? We do have the power to somebody come in and say, well, this say this say that, but as a governing body, we get 5 votes. We can change anything. Would that be?
Depends on what you're asking for. Is some things can be done upon legislation, but you do have certain processes that you have to take, whether it's a text amendment or amend an existing ordinance on the books.
Thank you.
All right, that's it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. I do have a question for you, Miss. 2 questions, actually, really quick. To be clear, because I have asked for people I know, and you have told me that you cannot subdivide in a floodplain to circumvent these rules, correct?
That is correct.
So
In
it's
an existing parcel.
okay, because that was one of the questions I asked, was they wanted to put more than 2 on their lot, and I asked why can't they subdivide, and you explained it to me. So that is another rule that is in place that that I cannot override, type deal. So the other question is, which is going to go into a discussion later. I noticed the permit fee is only $36. And I know for temporary RV parks, they're $100. That's something I want to work on going forward, that has the same fee, whether it's an RV in a permanent lot, a floodplain one, or a temporary lot. We need to be equal across the board. So that's something I think is going to be brought up in the later discussion on the RV changes or for discussion. But I was just looking through and I saw all these are $36. And why? It's because what's currently there for floodplain. So we need to work on making it equal across the board. Do you have a question for Ms. Mitra? Sorry.
Hi.
Q in.
Oh, I'm saying hey to Miss Patty.
Thanks for coming over. I saw a picture recently of RVs that looked like they were quite close to each other. Is there a regulated distance that each RV has to be from each other, especially for fire purposes?
Sorry. Yes, there are regulations for that.
Okay, do you know offhand how far they have to be from each other?
It depends on what ordinances you're looking at. If you're looking at the permanent park ordinance, well, no, let me retract that. We modeled the ordinances to be the same. So in between each space, you have 5 feet on each side of the camper trailer. So in between camper trailers, from wall to wall, you should have at least a 10-foot space.
Okay.
And we're modifying that in the upcoming ordinance as well to provide more green space. You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Mitra.
You're welcome.
No, he wants to talk about something else. But I think we have all our questions from the council members for Ms. Mitra. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from the audience? Okay. Come up to the mic and do you want it on record or do you just want to talk to her?
Talk to her back there.
Come on record, because right now we're looking at all of our RV things, so the more information we have, I think the better.
My name is Chris Dubois, 47442 Jesse Bigford Road, Tickfaw. The question is, if the zoning currently is A2, why are only 2 spots being allowed? Because typical zoning for A2 is 5.8 units per acre. So why are we limiting that?
Because under the ordinance number 96108, it states that you would become a mobile home park. 2 or less satisfies the A2. 3 or more, you would have to then do the map change to become an RV park. or you would have to petition an application under the temporary park ordinance.
So there's an ordinance that's changed what's normally available.
No, there
Because
was an ordinance that was created to allow temporary housing for workers. The ordinance did not change for permanent.
I guess what I'm saying is, if I own a piece of property,
Mhm.
I could have 5.8 units per acre in general. That's what an A2 zoning is. So if the temporary RV ordinance changed that to limit it, I'm just wondering why.
The
If
temporary
normally it's
ordinance,
allowed.
the temporary ordinance did not change any of that. Under an A2 zoning classification, you allow 2 RVs, recreational vehicles, a parcel. Once you try to place 3 or more, you then fall under ordinance number 96108, which states 3 or more, you now become a park, which is subject to changing your property to the MH zoning classification. And that's regardless to whether you're in the A2, C2, I3, any zoning classification, if it's not an MH.
Okay, because everything I can pull off the internet just says, if it's a Louisiana code. If it's A2, it's this.
No, it's under Plaquemines Parish Comprehensive Code,
No, I get the
ordinance number
Plaquemines Parish part. I'm
142.
just talking about State Park.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about Plaquemines
yeah, I
Parish.
know. And I know I'm in Plaquemines Parish, but I'm just wondering
No,
why
I
it's
know,
just
I
shrunken
never
down.
said you're in Plaquemines.
Yeah.
I said I'm speaking on Plaquemines
I know,
Parish.
I know. That's my question.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
No
you.
problem. Thank you.
Okay. Back on subject. Any other comments from the audience? Yes, ma'am. I'm glad she showed up.
I'm glad you showed up. Because I answered my questions.
Good evening. My name is Rose Jackson. I live at 194 West St. Peter Street, Belle Chase, Louisiana, which is in Oakville, Louisiana. Mr. Mitri just said that it's only supposed to be 2 trailers on the same piece of land. Across the street from me, there is 3 trailers on one piece of land, a camper and 2 full-size trailers. So it's all on the same piece of land. I want to know who gave the permit, because I don't think they have a permit. Across on the next street from me, there is a double wide trailer with 2 other trailers in the back of that double wide, which they painted black so no one could see it. And next to that is another trailer with 2 camper trailers and a shed that they put without a permit. So I want to know where the permits come from. I called code enforcement. They came out. I haven't heard or seen anything done yet.
Yes, ma'am. Without knowing the actual address or anything, but we are well aware, you know it? We are well aware of multiple places that have trailers without permits. And like I said, there's, according to this, 20 violations letter went out earlier this week. Another 11 are under review. Now, is that your location? I don't know, but we are cracking down on all the ones without permits, and that's part of
I really and truly would appreciate it if you all would, for the simple reason why. I have a house, I have a piece of land. I pay over $600 a year taxes. These people not paying any taxes, so I want to know what Plaquemines Parish is going to do. You all are the ones that's supposed to make the decisions and vote on this.
Yes, ma'am.
This got to stop. If I got to pay tax, everybody else got to pay tax.
Yes, ma'am. And we have, I know Mr. Jurisic, Mr. LaFrance, and Mr. Kognovich have been.
He's working with me 100%. But this has got to stop. You all have to pass an ordinance that people cannot do what they want to do. They have to, and these people, particular people, look at y'all and laugh at y'all and say they don't have to do what you say. So
I know. I see it, and that's why we're.
Okay, we got to do something about this. This got to stop.
We're allocating money to code enforcement coming up. I think we just redirected that grant money to hire some more code enforcement. We are cracking down. I know that because I see it. I know. I agree with you that they're probably not permanent, so they're laughing at
No,
us. I
they're
agree
not.
with you.
They're not.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
hey, I don't care if you all put $1,000 fine on them. If I have to pay tax, they got to too.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from the audience? Administration. Mr. Jursich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel like I got singled out a while ago, but Dr. Gouy, have you gotten any phone calls from your constituent about changing things to temporary? Okay. Just wanted to ask that question. And another thing, Mr. Merrick, I think what you're looking at is those 6 or 7. I've been seeing it all over the place. Those are probably not permitted because they wouldn't be permitted if they didn't have a fire hydrant. That's some of those illegal ones we're looking at. Just today, just this morning, someone went to an RV park because I got phone calls about it. They're permitted for 27. There's 43. This is unacceptable by any standards. It's hurting people who are trying to do the right thing. And that's why I'm angry about this. That's why I'm adamant. That's why I want to impose fines for noncompliance, because we're getting laughed at every day. And it's money coming from coming out the parish's pocket. And it's money that we could use to help this parish, but it's the same people who complain that we're not doing anything. Meanwhile, they're stacking them all over the thing. One of them sitting on the levee, and it's just, I see it every day, and I get laughed at every day. They tear the stickers off the trailers. It doesn't make our job easy, not by no means. And so we are looking into it, and we want to help the people who want to do the right thing. We do. But some areas, it's not going to pass, it's not going to fly just because the residents don't want it. And that's who we represent. It's the residents, it's y'all we represent. So if I get a slurry of phone calls, it's not picking and choosing. Put yourself in that same position if you live somewhere and somebody wanted to put a bunch of these things next to you and your neighbors didn't want it. We got to take that into consideration. I know I work with Miss Rose a lot. And I see it. I was there, I think, was it yesterday? I do ride around. I see it everywhere. I see it down Lake Hermitage. I see it in Myrtle Grove. I see it everywhere. And I'm livid about this. That's why you're looking at the changes coming up. And it's not going to be changes like everybody thinks it is. It's just going to be more enforcement of these issues. And, I see people, we're going to pass these. Apparently, we're going to pass because the floodplain thing got answered to me today. But do I believe we should open more in the floodplain? I do. But I get the reason why, you get a monopoly in there. If you do, you could possibly get a monopoly of it. I want to help the residents. I get the phone calls from people who live in the floodplain that are disgusted because they can't have it done. And there's no residents around there that would probably complain because they're pretty remote. So I guess in essence what I want to say is, yes, I'm going to be a little vocal, and I want these non-compliant people. You come to the permit office, and they give you 14 days if they catch you out of compliance. Well, once you get in the system and you start trying to do the right thing, they're going to extend that time because now you're in the system. Just come in and do the right thing. But when you're stealing from the parish is what you're doing, not just money, you're stealing utilities. And the one I was talking about this morning, a fire catches on in that place, the fire trucks, they're not going to be able to get in there because it's going to be so hot, because it's going to burn the whole community down. So we got to do a better job. We have to do a better job, and that's what our intent is. And, we always get blamed for not doing our job. We're doing our job as the citizens, not doing due diligence by us and abiding by the laws. So now we have to become not only council members, but police as well. And it infuriates me because we got other jobs to do. And we got to take so much time and effort focusing on this. And we would love to resolve these issues, but I'm looking at it, until this plant goes away and all this construction goes away, we're going to be dealing with this for a while. But we want the construction, we want the plant, we want the workers, we want the people. And we want the locals to be able to make some extra money on it. We just need people to get in compliance. And I yield.
Reverend Edwards.
Yeah. This RV issue to me has been so confusing for the last 19 months. And that's one of the things I'm so glad that we don't have on these bank roads. But as I talk to people in the parish who put me on the side, the thing that I'm hearing from the majority of people in the parish that I hear is that we created a system in the front end where the richest of people was able to get in, make big money, get 150 trailers in, and then on the back end, when other people start saving some money coming in, they feel like they're being left out. I hear this all over the parish wherever I get, that it's not even planned for. Even the thing that we bringing up today, everybody been calling me and they say, Rab, I'm telling you, we hurting the little man, now that the richest of people in, got all the trailers they need, we creating all these rules and regulations. I'm hearing that. I don't have the answer for that, but I'm telling the council members that's what I hear from people every day when they meet me and say, well, I know you're not from my district, but it's unfair for the little man. There's a lot of people saying that when we set this up, it was set up for those who was wealthy to get in first, and now that other people coming in, becoming the rules and regulations. I'm hoping that we hear the plea of the little man who try to come in, when I still take a position. I was in favor of what happened to Mr. Clark. I still understand why he didn't get what he did based on what we had did with there. I still think that all of us as councilmen have to really look at what we're doing and understanding that the rule that we're making now that we're coming up with, is it really going to be fair for people who can't afford to have 50 trailers, who just trying to get 4, just trying to get 5, to get bill the money as a result of Global Ventures coming to make some money. What I'm hearing from people on the West Bank, and it's not my district, is that what we're doing is not helping the little man. That's what I hear everywhere I go. So I just want to put that out if it's worth anything.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. All right. No more comments. Machines are open. Passes 8-0, one abstention from Mr. Kognovich. Next, we're going to take all the fireworks stands in Globo.
Cardinal Fireworks LLC fireworks stand renewal for 2024, 215 Avenue G, Belle Chase, Louisiana. Empire Fireworks LLC fireworks stand renewal for 2024, 32381B Highway 23, Empire, Louisiana. Lots Fireworks fireworks stand renewal for 2024, 9273 Highway 23, Belle Chase, Louisiana. Lot Boys Fireworks 2 LLC fireworks stand renewal for 2024, 1454 Woodland Highway, Belle Chase, Louisiana.
I ask for a second. Second by Mr. Jurisic. All right. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes 9-0. Next item, please.
AA, gaming license permit for Belle Chase High School cross-country program raffle to generate funds for entry fees, supplies, equipment, and to host the West Bank XC Championship. Councilmember Schultz.
I ask for a second. Second by Mr. Champagne. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes 9-0. Next item, please.
8, introduction of ordinances and resolutions.
The following are for Councilmember Schultz. An ordinance to amend the General Fund 2024 operating revenue and expenditure budgets, Homeland Security / Emergency Preparedness Grant Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan, Restore Ag Bayou Au Noir project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan, Plaquemines Parish Comprehensive Safety Action Plan project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan, land use and zoning study project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This is not. An ordinance to extend temporary easement, servitude, and right-of-way easement for coast-wide reference monitoring system project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This one is for Councilmember Gui. A resolution approving the requested variance filed by Richard and Rhonda Childy to vary the required minimum front yard carport setback of 5 feet to 12.50 feet to 12.9 feet in a R2 zoning district on the portion of ground designated as Lot 52A, Square B, Airport Subdivision, Missouri Pacific Avenue, 9094 Highway 23, Belle-Chasse, Louisiana, Plaquemines Parish, Section 15, Township 14 South, Range 24 East, all in accordance with the application number 2024-555 dated April 22nd, 2024, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The next ones are for Councilmember Newsom. An ordinance to amend and as amended Section 3 definitions of ordinance number 142, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of Plaquemines Parish as follows, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend and as amended Section 5 zoning regulation B of the regulation in the A2 rural or agricultural district 1 permitted uses of ordinance number 142, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of Plaquemines Parish as follows, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And finally, an ordinance to adopt an additional ad valorem tax exemption for property receiving the homestead exemption that is owned and occupied by a qualified first responder in accordance with Article 7, Section 21 of the Constitution of Louisiana, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The next ones are for Councilmember LaFrance. An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of the property of Garrett Gimmett, map of re-subdivision of former CLL property, Sections 3 and 45, Township 17 South, Range 25 East, and Section 45, Township 17 South and Range 24 East, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as shown on the plan and plat of survey by Dufresne Surveying and Engineering, Inc., dated April 19, 2024, the owner having fulfilled all the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines, without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the Parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to authorize an act of sale by the Parish of Plaquemines to sell certain adjudicated properties by public auction and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This one is for Councilmember Jurisic. An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of the property of Hero Lands Company, a portion of plots 2 and 3 of the Intercoastal Canal Subdivision, Section 95, Township 14 South, Range 24 East, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, into lots 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D, Section 95, Township 14 South, Range 24 East, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as shown on the plan and plat of survey by Bryant, Hammond and Associates, certified by Hugh McCurdy III, PLS, dated March 2024, the owner having fulfilled all the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of Plaquemines Parish, without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the Parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And the final one is for Councilmember Konovich, an ordinance to amend and as amended readopt Section 4 of Ordinance Number 142, the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines, Louisiana, as amended, and the Comprehensive Zoning District Map therein adopted by reference, and which is paraph thereto with reference to application number 2024-557, dated April 25th, 2024, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And that is all.
Thank you. Next item, please.
9, ordinances and resolutions on second reading and final passage. 9A, ordinances and public hearings pursuant to Article 6, Section 601E of the Plaquemines Parish Charter. 9A1, an ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of the property of Ava Hingle, map of re-subdivision of Lot 4A, Concord Canal Subdivision, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, into lots 4A1 and 4A2, Concord Canal Subdivision, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, by Dufran Surveying and Engineering Incorporated, dated November 29, 2023, the owner having fulfilled all the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the parish of Plaquemines, without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Newsom.
Offered by Mr. Newsom, second by Mr. Jurisic. Any comments from the public? From the administration? Mr. Newsom.
Yes, this was, I deferred this last week on my mistake. I spoke with Ms. Amitra, and she basically set me straight on this. I was under the impression, I looked on the site, and it showed it as a R1, but it's not, it's MH, and she set me straight on this, so I wanted to apologize and take responsibility of why I deferred this, but I will move on it this week. Thank you.
Any other comments? Machines are open. Passes 9-0. Next item, please.
2, an ordinance to amend and as amended readopt certain provisions in ordinance number 2264, adopted May 26, 2022, to extend the life of the ordinance for an additional 3 years, to increase RV lot sizes, to correct an error in subsection 9, to properly reference the permits office's authority to issue permits for up to 9 RV sites, to change the $100 annual fee to a $50 monthly fee, to implement a $1,000 deposit per RV site to allow forfeiture of deposit for failure to remove utilities upon termination of the RV park, to add a 30-foot turning loop to the rear of the RV park, to require commercial dumpsters to be placed in each RV park, to require all renewals to comply with the changes to the ordinance, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Schultz.
All right, I'm going to offer with change, or not, sorry, offer for discussion only. Ask for a second. Second by Mr. Champagne. All right, so to save time, since this is discussion only, this was requested by administration and to kind of get a handle on what we've been talking about with the non-compliance. There was some changes that we put in talking about where the dumpsters were going to have to be required, making sure that any existing parks had that the new spacing did not apply to them if they already had the infrastructure in place that way. And then we also changed it from a monthly fee to an annual fee of $500. However, and got rid of the $1,000 upfront for it in case they did not remove. Council, I'm going out of order normally because this is discussion only, but council has gotten together a lot this week. And really our view at this point is enforcement. I believe the enforcement of non-compliance is really where we're trying to go. And making all these changes wasn't going to do anything for the non-compliant. So this is actually going to probably end up getting withdrawn. I think we still are going forward for new parks because spacing has been brought up, make the spacing change and everything like that for the new parks. But raising the fee and doing all this extra stuff, at least in my view, and I said it earlier to Ms. Amitra, is we're penalizing the people trying to do it legally. So, and it still doesn't solve the non-compliance. We might up the fee, the penalties for non-compliance, which is in this ordinance also. We might up the fees for non-compliance, but this wasn't going to solve our actual problem, is I think where the majority of this council kind of was leaning towards. So, but we still want to offer it for discussion where the residents could make their comments known. But I think this is going to get withdrawn and reintroduced probably at the next meeting with just the changes to the lot size and maybe one or two other small things. But I think that's kind of where we were leaning towards. And then, because like I said, we're kind of penalizing people trying to do it right and not really changing the enforcement, which is where we need to focus our attention to. So with that, based on the changes that I just stated was some of the changes, and then where we're kind of leaning towards, we did want to hear from the public. If anybody wants to make a public comment about this, please come forward at this time.
I just want to add on to Mr. Tyrone, like you said, all these rules and regulations that's being, Zaina Merrick, 24975 Diamond Road in Port Sulphur. All these rules that's being put in place, it's not hurting the people who are building the mega parks. I do have an RV park of 30, but I gave this everything I had. I was almost in labor, still working to pay for this. These new rules, they're hurting us, and they're not hurting the big people. I live directly on side of Foster, who has a mega park. I don't knock the man because I want to be the man. You know what I'm saying? I have been through everything in Port Sulphur. I have lived here for 30 years. I went to school in FEMA trailers. I know what it's like to struggle. So yes, people are dealing with traffic, but Port Sulphur is finally getting an opportunity to see something from what we bought. I bought this land to build my dream home, and that was taken from me because of the flood maps. I'm making lemonade out of lemons, and I'm being penalized. And it's ridiculous. It's like nobody cares about the locals. The big people are getting what they want. Of course, y'all not hurting them. They got the money. They got the funding. We don't have it. And we all showed up today because we don't have it. And we want to make something out of the land that we paid for. We paid taxes for. My husband cut for 3 years with no idea of what we could have did with it. And now the new rules, and people are saying the space and y'all don't live there. The people in my RV park, they say it's huge. The lots that they are okay with it. Stretching it out is going to limit my spaces. And yes, I have 30, but I have 6 acres. I don't like to occupy the whole thing. I want to occupy my whole land, and I want to get the bang for the buck, just like every other company. The monthly fees, if it's $10, it's ridiculous. Why am I paying you for my property? Are the grocery stores paying you for everything they swipe across their register? I paid my land, I paid your fees, I paid my taxes. I shouldn't have to pay you. Who's to say I'm going to occupy every spot every month? There's no say today. I could have a pole go down. Now I have to pay you for that lot that I didn't even occupy? I may have to make repairments to that lot. I make repairments constantly, going back to my flooding issue. Got loads and loads of rocks. I don't even know where I'm getting the money from to do this. But there's a guy that got my back. And I know that when man try to stop, nobody could stop. Because what's for me is for me, and what's for them is for them. And we showed up today. I took off of work because I wanted to be heard. Us locals, we trying to make something out of ourselves. And yes, there's complaints from the locals who don't have it. But I'm a local who has it. My mom lives there. My brothers, my sisters, my aunts, my uncles. We all going to benefit from it. Because when one of us win, we all win. And we have faced adversity for a very long time. And this is a blessing. To some people, it may be a curse, but to me and my family, it's a blessing. And I hope I don't get knocked. I hope my property is occupied from front to back. Because not only am I going to benefit from it, my family's going to benefit from it. And my family is through, up, down, Port Sulphur, Diamond, Naylor Lane, you name it, my family's there. And we all trying to make money of it. We all want to succeed now. Everybody has businesses. Everybody make their money how they want to make it. This is finally our opportunity to make money. I've done everything the legal way. I dug a fire hydrant from under the highway that I didn't even know could be done to my property. I've done everything. So punishing us, it's not doing anything any good to us. These rules that's put in place is hurting the locals. The mega parks, they got the money. You can't stop them. And I'm here to tell you, I can't stop them. No matter how many rules you got, they got billions behind them. You're not stopping them. They're going to keep buying our land, and they're going to keep building the parks. They're buying our land because we can't do nothing with it. We can't afford to do what needs to be done. My mom has property. She can't build an RV park on it. You think she could afford to put fire hydrants for a camper that's going to go up and smoke whether the fire truck hooked up to the hose or not? You know, these rules are ridiculous. And y'all not hurting the big people, you're hurting us. And I just want y'all to understand it. And as the people of Port Sulphur, some are mad because they don't have it. But us who do have it, we're blessed. And we want it to continue. And if I got to look at an RV everywhere I turn, I'm going to look at it. And my children are there. I stood there to put my children in South Platte Elementary because I knew that's where they was going to be loved. That's where I went to school. That's where I'm from. And I never let it go. And I'm not stuck in Port Sulphur. You know, my husband is a captain and I have a master's of business administration. I could go many places, but Port Sulphur is what I know. Port Sulphur is what I love, and I hope I can continue to receive my blessings from Port Sulphur.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's part of the reason why, I mean, I know I had discussions with a couple residents. When the $1,000 stood out to me, I was like, you're exactly what you say. You're pricing out the locals. And I was like, that's not what we're trying to intend to do. And I think I had a couple conversations with some different residents and council members, and that's why we're go and make changes, because we're not going to change the fee or anything like that, or at least my intention is not. I can't speak for other 8, and that's why we made some of the changes and at least got to the point where we can bring it for discussions, but then still, I don't think that's not what we're trying to do. So, Ms. Buford, you had a comment? It looks like you were ready. Yes, ma'am. Come on.
So I understand that you said the dumpsters, which I can respect that. It's fine, I'll get a dumpster.
You got to come up to the mic really quick.
One more issue with the dumpster, I don't have a problem because I do plan on expanding, like I said, and using my whole property. I'll get a dumpster for the rest. But the 12 trash cans that I have that are currently rated at $95 a piece, will I continue to be able to use those?
If you implement a dumpster, my understanding from solid waste, I think I talked to y'all, or maybe it was legal, I don't remember, that if you have a dumpster, you will then turn back in your trash cans and not be charged for trash pickup. It will come off your bill.
What about the money back for the trash can? That's $95 trash cans. Again, I'm a local with no money. I pay $95, I have 12.
I don't know what that rule is.
I need a refund. I mean, if I purchased it and I no longer can use it.
Well, I know, but I don't know. I don't want to speak on behalf of policies.
Mm-hmm.
Anything extra you buy,
Mm-hmm.
so those ones you buy become yours.
Mm-hmm.
You can, your dumpster, those other 12 garbage cans, if you bought those outright, that's your garbage cans.
I bought them with the intention of the trash man picking them up.
You could use them to haul garbage from the back of the RV
So I lost my
to
money.
the dumpster or any scenario, but they belong to you. As of today, we have no intent to refund people if they want to return garbage cans.
Again, another hit to a local. Because those people, they got their dumpsters. But me, my husband, like I said, I was in labor working to buy, yes, a $95 trash can. So again, something to consider. I'll get a dumpster for the remainder, but something need to be put in place for the 12 I already purchased.
And it's a comment really quick before I go. Something you said there, Trigger, I meant to say earlier is, and I said it earlier about the floodplain things, is equality among permanent, temporary, whether it's one RV or whatever. And if we're not going to require a dumpster in one park, then we shouldn't require it in another park. So, like I said, this whole thing is going to get changed most likely because I don't think it even had probably 3 votes to, I mean,
Yeah, I was
be
wondering who
honest.
did it.
So, but we wanted to at least have the discussion. I mean, I hear from I talked to probably 10 residents over, and my point of view is I'm in District 3. There's no place I can even put an RV in my district. So it doesn't impact me. I don't think I should be the ones making rules
Exactly.
for anybody else. So that's why I talked to everybody and we're making changes, because like I said, I don't think I should be telling Mr. LaFrance the rules for his district, because it's not impacting me. But I know Mr. LaFrance is having issues. How many trailers do you have now? 700? 700. So
For some of us, that's 700 blessings.
yeah. So all right, Ms. Buford. Sorry. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Denise Buford. I live at 12194 Highway 23 in Belle Chase, and I also own a lot in Puris, Louisiana, at 181 El Dorado, which is where I've been permitted to put non-RV spots. So I have issues with each thing. I wanted to be on record and recorded just for future discussion when y'all start to look at this again. With the size, the changes that you have to the lot sizes with a minimum width of 35 feet. I understand you're doubling boundary lines, and you're also wanting to add crush aggregate and hard surfaces. So the standard for RV sizes, if you just go Google it, spots is really only up to 24 feet. So if going to 35 is extremely excessive in width. And just on my little piece of property, if I would have been forced to go to that, instead of having 9 sites, I could have only done 7. And then also, with the increase of the crushed concrete and aggregate hard surface, again, you're putting a real hardship on people who are trying to do this. Your pricing is out of it. You know, the people are complaining that our rent's too high. Well, this is another reason why the rent's too high. So I understand you want some space and green space, and I'm all for that. I just think 35 needs to be looked at because it's an awful big increase. Next was the 30-foot turnaround loop. Oh, and I also wanted to say, I understand y'all had a provision, it wouldn't apply if you were previously permitted, which of course it couldn't, because you couldn't redo your entire site. The next issue was the 30-foot turnaround loop. I'm not sure if that was originally required, but if it is going to be required, then the provision needs to also go that if you're already permitted, because we might not have space to do a 30-foot turnaround. So we can't just up and redo our RV sites and we spent all this infrastructure. The next one was the dumpsters. I have a real issue with the dumpsters. Now, personally, I'm a business owner, and I have had a dumpster at my business since day one, by my choice. But I do not feel that this council has the authority to force me to put a dumpster on a temporary RV site park. You're not forcing any other business in this parish to have dumpsters, and you're not enforcing any other property owner to have a commercial dumpster. So why can you force it on just us? And you're not forcing it on permanent RV site parks or permanent mobile home parks. So to me, the dumpster, I understand the purpose of it. Am I going to put one? Yeah, I am. But I shouldn't be forced to do it. Because again, this is another hardship that the people are going to have that is not needed, and no one else in the parish is forced to have a dumpster. The other thing about the dumpster in the ordinance, the way it was written, they saying that the dumpster has to be placed. Dumpster must be situated on a lot following the same size requirements as the RV site, which is 21 square feet and a width of 35 feet. Now, why would a dumpster need a 21 square foot lot when a 4-yard dumpster, 2,100 square feet, 35 feet wide, so it has to be the same size as the RV site. Now, a 4-yard dumpster is 6 feet by 6 feet by 5 foot high. So I have no idea. So again, now I have 9 sites. If I go to 35 feet in length, in width, I'm down to 7. And if I got to put one aside to put a dumpster on, now I'm down to 6. So you are pricing the small people out of here. The other requirement around the dumpster was that you wanted us to fence it. So now we have to put a fence on it. And I don't know of anyone who has a commercial dumpster that a fence around it has survived many months. I mean, you know what the garbage trucks do to our trash cans when they dump it. When they're going to come with the arms, pick it up, they're going to knock our fencing over constantly. So not only do we need 2,100 square foot lot, but we also have to put a fence around it. So I think that whole dumpster, the situation was written, and it was written just ridiculous. I don't even know who would write that. The next issue I had was RVs must be strapped down. RVs aren't made to be strapped down. They're a moving vehicle, and they're temporary. I understand you don't want to blow away. Well, no one wants it to blow away, and I think the owner of it would take it out of here if they could. But we should not be policing the owners of these RVs to strap it down. And I don't know of a single strap down that's even made for an RV, because they're not made to be strapped down. So I don't know of any anchoring system or any type of strapping system that is called RV strap downs. So if there is, let me know, but I don't know anything about that. The other issue was the turnaround.
Time is up, man.
Everyone gets 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
My name is Ivy Bartholomew. I live on Diamond on 137 Phillips Lane. And just to come back from what this young lady was talking about these straps, how could you strap down a camper trailer when a people move in today and next week they're saying that the company sending them somewhere else? You know, even some of the trailers that's down there, been here, never had straps. So where could you tie them down at? And so far as these rocks and the electric licensed plumber from the parish, I have people in my family that is licensed for electric and plumbing, but I can't get them to come do my work because only the parish want the parish workers to do it. I don't think that's right. Because if you got a license and you qualify, you should be able to go anywhere you want and do the work that you qualify for doing. And these rocks is ridiculous, because the rocks used to be $800 a load. Now you're paying $1,300, $1,400 a load. That's not even counting the equipment that you're using to spray it. So I don't think it's right for none of y'all up here or whoever making the decision trying to cut into our pockets, wanting us to pay $50, $500, $1,000, whatever. I don't think we should be coming out of our pocket to let nobody make no money off of our land that we putting out our hard-earning dollars for. I've been here for 62 years. The highest I ever made on a job in my life is like $37,000 a year. You got people here that's rich, making $100,000 a month, and it's nothing being done. So don't hurt us, help us.
Hi, David Clark, 108 Avenue A in Belle Chase. What is the $50 a month or $500 a year going to be used for? Do we know that?
That's basically, I don't think it's going to be changed from what it is currently.
But it is there now, so what was it going to be used for?
I think the intention was code enforcement, but again, it was back to the kind of the general mindset of we're hurting the people trying to do this correct way to code enforce the people not doing it correct. So basically, that's why we're not going to change. I mean, at least my view is not
it's going to be changed. It's just a matter of when it's going to be changed. I mean, it's going to come up before this council again. This is like the fourth time. But Mr. Juris, you mentioned a comment, asked Dr. Guia a while back or a few minutes ago about me asking about a temporary park. I called each and every councilman up here about a temporary park. So I did reach out to every council member, just to let you know, and you about 1,000 times. So, and the person that's opposing me, or that was opposing me, a half mile away from me, purchased property behind the post office and sold and built an urgent care 5 feet away from a $600,000 home. But he has a problem with me building an RV park a half mile from his house. The majority of my people that live around my neighborhood is African American. They were all for me building this RV park. Not one was reached out by you guys to see how they felt about it. You contacted your Becknells and your Bubricks. That's who was contacted. We didn't reach out to the blacks and the. I realize that, but I just wanted to get that out there on record since.
Got to stay on top on this item about the changes. Any other comments from the audience? You like that tow truck comment, Ms. McCarty, earlier.
You're my fan. Bartol John Tellantis Jr. in Narren, Louisiana. I just want to say, Ms. Merrick clarified basically everything I was here for today. On the fire part of it, y'all know as well as I have 30 years experience in the fire service. Like Chris, got some experience.
Not 30.
Well, not 30, but anyway, I don't care if you got 10 feet, 20 feet, whatever. Chris, you know as well as I do, the fire truck ain't gonna get there no time quicker. You're gonna have 4 of them on fire, brother. So that's another thing I had about the spacing, but it got clarified. That's why I came today. That the existing parts that me and my brother have, J&J RV Park in Narren, that we wouldn't have to move none of our utilities.
That was one of the things that I clarified.
That's what I was concerned about. We done spent all this money. I done spent a lot out of my retirement and money I needed from a record service to run.
Yeah.
And that's supplementing some of this. And then the money going up a month, I got to throw that to the customer because I can't afford it after we pay the light bill and everything. The water bill's been running $800 a month. Light bill's $1,100 a month. So, but that's all I really got. So, Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? Yes, sir. I'm going to, but I want to allow the public to have their comment.
Hey, good afternoon. Chris Dubois, 47442 Jesse Bigford Road, Tickfall. I had a lot of things typed up that I wanted to mention. A lot of people here hit on a lot of issues. Mr. Edwards, we agree with him. You know, a lot of these ordinances are hurting basic people, needing permits to do one and two units. When before, if I wanted someone to come stay on my property and park their RV in my front yard, they could take an extension cord and plug in, and it's no problem. But now, since it's a worker, I need a permit. So being that I've probably done 1,200 leases for plant workers in the last 8 months, I've placed them in rental homes, on RV lots. I probably received 6,000 or 7,000 calls. Like, I'm the guy on the social media site that they're saying, call Chris, you know, and you know, I interact with you guys a little bit, right? But I'm getting called all day, all night, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, saying, hey, why can't we find an RV spot? Why is traffic so bad? And my only thing to tell them is because there's not enough RV spots. It's taking too long to get permits. And if you slow something down enough, you have a big impact on a certain class of people. In my position with this, having 26 years as a mortgage originator and being a licensed realtor, is that if you have a disparate impact on a certain class of people, whether intentionally or not, it's discrimination. And it needs to be addressed. It needs to be talked about. Because my position now, having received thousands of calls from workers, people that I went to high school with, was that, hey, you have all this knowledge. You have thousands of hours of education in fair housing laws. What can you do? One answer. I called HUD. And you guys are getting letters from HUD, from the Fair Action Housing Center, stating that this ordinance is violating the Fair Housing Act, whether intentionally or not. And I'm not here saying you guys are intentionally doing anything. I respect all you guys. But I'm saying if you slow something down enough, with enough rules and regulations, and you affect a certain class of people, they're the ones that's hurt by this. They are. Because part of the traffic problem at Belle Chase is that they're leaving the parish. They can't stay here. So you have that huge jam up in Jesuit Bend and in Belle Chase because they can't get out fast enough. They're speeding trying to go to Harvey, Gretna, New Orleans. They're driving to Slidell. They're driving to Luling. And they're trying to get home because it takes them 2 hours to get home. If this was loosened up a little bit to where the average landowner can say, hey, you know what? I want 2 people to be in my yard. I don't mind having somebody in here, and they could pay for the fees. They could help me with all these insurance expenses. That's costing $10,000 and $15,000 and $20,000 a year. You'd get a lot more people moving south. You know, you would. And you would alleviate a lot of that traffic up north. You know? But having the impact that this ordinance is having has got the attention of the Fair Housing Action Center. So, you know, I've been through this before with St. Bernard Parish. St. Bernard Parish enacted a similar ordinance called the Permissive Use Permit Ordinance. And the Fair Action Housing Center stepped in, and it wasn't good. The fines were gigantic. Millions of dollars in fines. Just because the ordinance wasn't written properly. And the ordinance had a disparate, however you say the word, desperate impact on a certain class. So my intention to come in here today is to basically bring this to your attention and said, this is what's going on. I'm getting these calls. You guys are not getting thousands of calls. Y'all getting a few calls. I'm getting thousands of calls. I'm writing thousands of leases. And I see who's renting properties, and the majority of these people are Hispanics and minorities. So I hope that we can do something that will alleviate their pain and let them move down further in the parish and be able to get a spot or 2 spots on somebody's property without a property owner incurring all these proposals. I know you said now that we may not have these, but if you can make it easier for them to say, hey, you know what, just come pay the $36 fee. You have power, let them plug in. They pay the light bill, you know. If they don't have the utilities there, I understand the need for permits and licensing and inspections and all that. But if a home or trailer is already there, allow these guys to come in and just park without needing all this stuff. You would get a couple extra 100 or maybe 1,000 more residents further south And that would alleviate some of the traffic. Not all of it, but some of it. Thank you.
Yes, I had a comment for you. I have a question. Do you do this out the goodness of your heart?
Of course not. Of course not.
I didn't think so.
No, of course not. I'm working 14 hours a
You're taking
day.
the people who's trying to make the most they can, you're taking money out of their pocket to do what you do. Because
No, I don't take money out their pocket. I do like an advertising fee for the person who wants me to place an ad on a website that's afraid that you guys will retaliate.
for free was the question.
No. You guys are not sitting up here for free, and I'm not standing up here for free. No, sir. Thank you.
I wanted to make that clear.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
You know, RV pimp, you know. So it's fine.
Free jobs.
Yeah. Council, Commissioner, Chair.
That's all the same. I got 5 if you want to count that, plus my normal job. Any other comments? All right, we're going. All right, go ahead.
Okay. My name's Glenn Williamson Jr. I reside in 1407 Sins Drive, Apartment B in Killeen, Texas. But I've been down here for the past 5 months now, and I've been working on my RV park, doing everything the right way. I built the pad for the dumpster, the 40-foot turnaround, I built it. The rocks, the whole park is rocked.
Mm-hmm.
And so now, here I am still here away from my wife after all this time for them to come tell me I need a levy permit to do some transformer in another pole on my property. And here I am sitting back watching everybody on the same Highway 11 where my property is up and running. They're building. I started this process a whole year ago, August of 2023. August 2024 is almost here now. And you guys are implementing raising prices. And still today, I spent upwards of $100,000 and y'all want me to pay even more money. And still today, I haven't made a dime. I'm waiting right now for Entergy to put energy on my property. And it hasn't happened yet. So as far as doing it the right way, I've been doing it, you know, but it doesn't seem like it working for me, you know.
Yes, sir.
But all these other people that's doing their thing illegally, they're reaping the reward. And here I am sitting back, oh my God, man, come on, you're killing me. 5 months down here, and I'm trying not to leave because I want to finish what I started. And on top of that, I use all my savings just to do this. And for you to want to raise prices now is ridiculous to me.
Yes,
it's ridiculous. And I'm not an outsider. That's what I've been hearing. They don't want the outsiders making that much money. I'm born and raised down here. Born and raised. I left when I was 17, joined the military. And now this opportunity came up, just like everybody else. I say, well, let me go back to my hometown and get in on this fortune that's going on. But something's not going right with me. I don't know what it is. I have no clue. Maybe you guys can tell me.
I can't speak on the permit issue. I mean, Ms. Mitra or Jeff would be the ones to talk to. But again, that's why we're not raising the, and that's why this is ultimately going to get withdrawn. And because, like you said, you're trying to do it the right way. And I agree with you.
Yeah. And I just got I've been paying the water bill, no campus. That's kind of crazy to me. So can you answer that one? I'm paying the water bill for nobody.
I can answer that one, and because there is a minimum. If you have water turned on, there is a minimum charge, and that's parish-wide, whether you're RV or commercial or residential. So whether you, that's why you're paying a water. It should be a flat fee, not based on usage, but that's why it's a flat. I mean, there's a minimum fee basically for any if it's turned on. So.
Okay. Well, that's all I have to say.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Well, I think All right, some of the council members want to make their comments, correct? Ms. Kognovich? And
Yes, Ms. Merrick, I can guarantee you I was against everything in this ordinance. So I'm here for the people. And Kendrick, I feel sorry for you. You mustn't win an argument in that house. She could talk. But the only thing I'm for is to do something against the people who's not following the rules. You know, we have ordinances already for temporary parks. Let's enforce the rules that we have, and if they're not following it, let's make rules where we're going to find them. Thank you.
Ms. Jursich?
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate what you said. Most of us have agreed we're not raising any fees. It's going to basically be to impose fines. The 30-foot turnaround in the bigger parks is going to be required because it's already required now, if I'm not mistaken. It's because of emergency. You know, if you got to get a fire truck back there, you got to get an ambulance. They need room to maneuver around. That's a simple. You know, that's a safety issue. So that's why that's there. Dumpsters. I just know when you're going down the highway and there's 15 cans along the highway on a 2-lane highway, and the garbage truck's got to stop at every can and dump it. It causes a little traffic problem, and it's a safety issue as well. Personally, I have a business, and I have dumpsters because it's very easy to have dumpsters, but I have cans as well. The footage about a dumpster, I mean, you put it right next to your RV, it's fine. If that person wants to be right next to a stinking dumpster, I mean, I think this is that was an avenue to possibly, you know, give a little room between the dumpster and the resin that you have. But if you want, if you don't want to change that, I'm fine. And the licensing issue about electricians, they can still get a license in this parish to operate. I know a lot of electricians that are out the parish that do work in Plaquemines, but they get their Plaquemines license to be able to do work. And I think they have to do that in almost every parish throughout the state. If they're going to work outside their parish, they need a license to work in that parish. So it's, you know, it's not, I don't think it's that difficult to get that either. So maybe you want to check on that for your family. And that's really all I have to say. But Miss Nancy, you got a question?
I'd like to speak on that.
Yeah.
Come to the mic.
Oh, you guys, come on.
Nancy LaHaye, 426 Planters Canal Road, Belle Chase. Used to, you could get anyone to hook everything up, and that's why you paid for an inspector. So a lot of people have knowledge to hook up mobile homes to their water, to their electricity, to all of that, their plumbing. But you pay that inspector, or right now you almost have to get a third-party inspector. That's what we do. You pay a lot more for it, but you can't get it quick enough otherwise. So why do you have to have a licensed electrician, licensed in Plaquemine Parish, but then you have to pay a permit fee and a third-party inspector to come inspect what your licensed electrician did, who may have more experience than the guy that's going to inspect him?
I could agree with you a little bit on that, because if he's a licensed electrician, he should have everything up to code.
Right.
And it's just, you know, I mean.
And not only that, before energy going to energize it, energy going to inspect it.
Exactly. My point, completely. That's right. And you pay for all of that. The landowner does, or whoever's trying to get the permit. That's all I have.
Reverend Edwards.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear, and I guess because I don't have any RV, but I've never been a part of any meeting as a council member where it was called for a meeting to talk about this issue. But I hope that moving forward that we really heard what everybody say. I don't know a lot, but I'm hoping that whatever we're asking new people to do, we're going back to the existing people saying they got to put turnaround. We got to go back to the existing people that they got to do the same thing we're asking these people to do. And I don't know how they're going to happen, but I just hope. I heard some passionate cry for people. I heard this gentleman come talking about $100,000 he put up. You know, we really need to hear this. And I think going forward, before we do this stuff, I think if we just have public hearings first, hear from the public before we draw ordinance out, we wouldn't be doing this. It shouldn't be where a few of us get together and make decisions like this, because we keep coming back for the same. Any issue of this nature, we should have public hearing up front. Get the public hearing, and after we hear the public hearing, we'd heard enough, then we can come back. And then come back to the people and say, based on the public hearing, here's the things we have, we want you to consider before we vote. I just think that's how we got to move going forward, you know, so we won't be back to doing what we're doing. So a person won't have to take a day off of their job, you know, to come here. I'm hoping that we get the level, before we make decisions like this, we have public hearings so we can hear from the public, so that we won't be where we're at right now. I yield.
I agree with you, Reverend Edwards, because, like I said earlier, I mean, this was from administration, but I should not be making rules for a district or for things that won't impact my district at all. And I think what needs to happen is administration needs to get with those 3 council members right there. What? No, I didn't make these rules. I'm saying this was introduced because I was chairman, but I think they need to talk to you all 3 right there and get, because, and this is why I offered it for discussion, because I wanted the people to come and raise their concerns, because I see on Facebook, but it's Facebook. I mean, but this allows people come in and us to listen to them. That's what we're ultimately here for, is to do the will of the people. I mean, we have to make sure we're following laws and stuff, but I agree with you that I think administration needs to get with those 3 council members down there, because it's directly impacting them. And I think it's fitting that Mr. LaFrance is the last one in the queue, because he has the most RVs and is dealing with this day in, day out, and he has more insight than I ever will. So, Mr. LaFrance, you have the floor.
Yes, well, I just want to thank my constituents for coming out and speaking to the council members so passionately, because when I first found out about it, that's why I passed all this legislation to y'all, because I didn't think it was right. So again, I'm glad y'all came out and spoke to the council so they can hear exactly how you feel. Thank you. And when it comes up again, whatever they change in here, y'all will have it. Okay? Thank you again. Bye-bye.
And with that, I would like to withdraw this completely. And then I ask administration to get with them, because I don't know. I mean, I'm learning a lot about RVs, but I don't know RVs like they do. I mean, they have it in their district. I don't. I mean, I know what the permits say and all that, so just get with Avery.
So I worked with Mr. LaFrance to draft the original temporary ordinance, and we did that. And it's my understanding that after that, there was lots of dissatisfaction across the board. I think we've asked the council, I mean, everyone's been asking for some direction, I don't own a trailer park. I'm just like you. I don't know. And so I think the president talked to different people. They came up with something. It was our understanding that there was going to be some back and forth. But I've been looking for direction. We've been looking for direction.
A lot of the changes that I thank y'all for putting them in.
Yeah, so
there's no way.
So we'll be happy to meet with whoever. If y'all want to kick us, here's the policies we want. We'll put them in the legal language to make sure they pass legal muster. But if you want to give us a list of the 20 things you want or don't want, or we're more than willing to accept that and put it in an ordinance that would be acceptable, for y'all to pass.
Yeah, because I think the 6 of us on this side is going to, if whatever, per se, on RVs, they have the experience and they know more about it than we do. And I think if they're okay with it, we'll most likely be okay with it. So I think just like ferries, if they're okay with it, they have that experience. So we need to go off from their experience and guidance and all that. So.
Well, and I also do agree that you do need to look at the permanent stuff too. And y'all need to make a decision, because my understanding, some of these trailer parks now want to do mixed use. They want to do what was used to be full-size mobile homes, put RV parks in them, and there's different rules and different regulations.
Yeah, we need to, whatever changes we make, we need to do it across the board to all RVs, not just to whatever. All right. Thank you, Rennie. Avery, I do thank you. I know I made a lot of concerns that I had, and I know it's been going back and forth making changes because I was like, yeah, this is not going to fly. So thank you for making all those changes that you did do. C, 9C, I guess. Nope, 9D. Next item. D. Yeah, that's what I said.
You skipping B?
B is going to be deferred. It should have, you reread it, right? Oh. All right, let's go back to 8 really quick to reintroduce it.
All right, let me get back to it.
B is going to be deferred and reintroduced because I don't know if we're officially ready for that.
Introduction of ordinances and resolutions.
This is under Councilmember Schultz. This one is for Councilmember Schultz, an ordinance to amend the 2024 operating revenue budget and 5-year capital improvements plan, renovation, EOC, and 9/11 call center project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you. All right, 9D.
An ordinance to amend and readopt Chapter 13 of the Parish Code of Ordinances by enacting Article 10 Food Truck Regulations, establishing the rules and regulations regarding the permitting, operation, and sale of food products from mobile vehicles in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Schultz.
I offer. Ask for a second. Second by Mr. Champagne. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table. Machines are open. And it fails 4 yeas from Mr. Champagne, Ms. McCarty, myself, and Mr. Kongrovich. 4 nays from Mr. Edwards, Gooey, Newsom, and LaFrance.
I think I needed to, can I verbally change my vote to abstain?
Wait, oh, it failed, I mean,
Okay, I just wanted to be on the record that.
okay, hold on. 1, 4, 6. All right, machines are open for a revote. Motion, this is for the motion to reconsider. Wait, sorry, hold on. Before we close the machines, this is the motion to reconsider. This is a motion to reconsider. Sorry, I was not clear. Mr. Gooey?
Yeah, motion to reconsider.
I know, but you need to vote.
Thanks.
I second. All right. Reconsideration passes 7-2 with no votes from Mr. LaFrance and Mr. Jurisich. All right. This is to vote on the ordinance. Machines are open. Who else jumped though? Now you jump ship too? This is why. Okay. Fails with 2 yeas from Mr. Champagne and myself, 5 nays from Mr. Edwards, Gooey, Newsom, LaFrance, and Kognovich, 2 abstentions from McCarty and Jurisich. And let's be clear on what we're back to the original ordinance for food trucks. That's where we're at. So no restrictions basically except for the time. I just want to be clear. All right, 9E will be deferred. Yeah. All right. 9F, please. Or are you deferring that, Ms.? 9F will be deferred. 9G will be deferred. Gosh darn it. 9H.
An ordinance to amend the 2024 operating revenue and expenditure budgets to accept a donation for a Plaquemines Parish Day at the Louisiana Legislature and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Schultz, and this has changes.
Go ahead.
On line 16, we're adding Couvion Group LLC, donating $1,500. On line 24, the amendment is changed from 500 to 2,000, and on line 30, the same change, 500 to 2,000.
With that, I offer with the changes, ask for a second. Second by Ms. McCarty. Any comments from the audience? Mr. Henry.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm sorry I missed that party, man.
Next year, call me, I'll bring you.
Don't let nobody know.
Any other comments from the audience? Mr. Brock.
Clarence Blocks, 156, crossover land. I'm a little confused. It's an ordinance for operations revenue. I mean, when y'all go to Baton Rouge, they're gonna make it Plaquemines Parish Day, and they're gonna tell us, they're gonna give us some money or something.
No. So this was a event that multiple businesses and officials went to, and like some restaurants cooked food for the legislators in Baton Rouge, and some private companies in the parish has donated to the parish to help cover the cost. So they're donating to the parish to help offset the cost.
I thought we was trying to get some money from Baton Rouge. All right.
We were correct. It is to go and meet our legislators.
Okay.
Talk about elevation.
Yeah, okay.
And so again, and most of us will go, we pay our own hotel fee.
Oh, yeah?
And I guess, I just want to let you know that, that was out of our own pocket.
I drive back.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I want y'all to feed them real well, because I want them to give us some money, help us out.
No, you say that, but the Representative Bro, we had a meeting with him earlier today, and he said how well it went. Like a lot of legislators told him that to get involvement from the parish, council, clerk, school board, all that would never happen where those other representatives live, and that they were fed very well. So we did actually hear back today that it went over very well.
All right, thank you.
So hopefully that gets us some money from Baton Rouge. All right. Any other comments from the audience? Administration. Machines are open. Passes 9-0. Next item, please.
I just wanted to make a comment. I'm noticing we only have 30 minutes left on this recording.
We're going to be quick.
Okay.
We're going to be able to finish.
Just wanted to let y'all know.
Item I, an ordinance to amend the 2024 manpower structure and operating expenditure budget and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Schultz.
I ask for a second. Second by Mr. Champagne. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes 9-0. Next item, please.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan and the 2024 general fund operating expenditure budget and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Edwards.
Offered by Reverend Edwards. Do I have a second? You second? Second by Dr. Gouy. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Take Mr. Kongovich.
So anything done in my district, I could keep the money?
No, I'm not saying that anything you did with the district.
Wait.
I thought opportunity was $30,000. We needed the people in the Brookway Park. Been talking about how long they needed playground equipment. There was some other things. So it's $30,000. I'm not saying that every time something happened that you keep in a district. That is not, which is because the amount of money they're talking about and the need for the district. I was just requesting that we use that for that. I wasn't trying to say that every time something come in the district that I'm asking council members just to go in your district, that would happen, then East Bank would never get no money because you got a district over here. So that is not my intent to say that. It was only because there's some need we had and I saw the opportunity, but then it comes to the council that it could address the need on the east bank of the river. In particular, the people in Berkeley Park had some issues in that, and I didn't see there's a lot of money to do it. So it's no way, again, I'm trying to say that if you have something in your district, you keep the money. That is not the intention of this ordinance.
Wow. I'm for getting the people playground equipment and all, but I think this is the second or third time we've kept money over there, that little things like this, and
I don't know no other time. I've never did this, so it must have was another administration, because I've never requested no money other than this is my first time doing this. No.
You have a comment, Mr. Witchers? Go ahead.
This was a specific one-time event. The movie was renting that property, and it started out with some of that funds, not all of it, because that's not all of the funds from that, was going to go to renovate or do some additions to the Braithwaite Park, which is the community that was directly affected by it. And then I think you also came up with a couple other specific things, right?
Because Global Venture give us some money for the shower rooms in the event, and they didn't complete all the work around the inside.
Yeah, I knew there was a few different specific tasks that this was going to cover, but this is not all the money from that. Not that that makes a difference one way or the other, but.
and I didn't get to keep the money at Fort Jackson, you know.
Did you ask?
I didn't request it, Councilman.
So, all right, Mr. Champagne.
Yeah, thank you, Reverend Edwards, for clarifying that, but I think it sets a bad precedent. When I first took office, we had impact fees of $2,000 per lot staying in District 2 because I really had almost all the development, and I felt that was unjustified. I didn't keep that money, and how could I justify that when District 3 has a bad lift station and people can't flush the toilet? District 5, the same thing, and I'm sitting on a pot of money. So I think that all that revenue should go into a pot, and you just request it and go through the normal operations. I fully, the kids over there deserve a playground by all means, and finishing that park, I have no problem with that, but we need to go through the process. I don't want to set a bad precedent where, how about next time they're filming something in the park, they're doing something. Next time they're fishing on Mr. Francis Fishing Pier, they film a movie there, we keep that money there. That's just not right. And I know that wasn't your intent, but let's just do the right thing. And if you want to go ahead and ask for money for that stuff, man, I'm all for that. But I just want to follow a process and be standardized across the board. I yield.
And again, I'm asking for $30,000 of some money. This is, as Mr. Collins, this is not all the money from this project. If the project go right, it's like $10,000 a month. I can't remember what the amount was. So I'm only asking for a portion up front to do this work because it's something we need to do immediately.
Ms. McCarty.
I concur with what Mr. Champagne said. I just wanted to add, underneath the bridge, the park was torn up and destroyed, and it's not going to be put back to what it was before. And I'm trying to find money, either donations or grants, to try and make the park good for the entire parish. So that's why I have a problem here. Thank you.
They're supposed to put it back. So, Reverend Edwards, I'm 100%. I've seen the pictures of the golf course, and not the golf course, the playground. And I 100% agree with you that it needs upgrades. But I'm kind of along the same lines, Mr. Champagne, Cognovich, Ms. McCarty, is we get money from anything else, and it goes into the revenue budget, and then you request an ordinance to. And if you have an introduction and come to it, I'll vote for it. Because like I said, for the park, I don't see a problem. But to say that something's done in your district and you're requesting to keep even a portion of it, I don't think sets the right precedent that, I mean, Habbo has something at Fort Jackson and he wants to keep a portion of it. And it's just, I think we need to go through the right process just to make sure so I yield.
Well, I thought I was going through the right process because what I did, I contacted finance. I actually said, what's the process? She said, you can't do it unless you introduce the ordinance. And so I went to say, we do ordinance, and it's up to the council to approve it, and that's where I'm at. You know, I went through the process, so I mean, you're saying there's a process, but that's the process I went to, because I say, how can I get 30,000 of this dollars, of this film money, to go towards a project on it? She said, we have to put together ordinance to do it. This, I didn't prepare it, this was put together by finance, and I thought I was following the process. Now, but, so I'm not, I thought that's what I was doing through this process. You know, I thought I was following the process.
Yeah, I mean, basically the normal, because what the way this reads is it's like, okay, we're receiving this money, but we're going kind of just designate it to this project compared to, okay, the money goes into a revenue budget and then you do expenditure ordinance. And that's why I think a lot of people up here are having concern, is because it's basically saying, hey, we're receiving this money for this project or this film being done here, so we're now going to not go through the proper expense ordinance. And I think that's where the confusion, and I'm sure finance told you, yeah, you could do it this way to save the time, but I just think it sets a bad precedent.
And I'm just saying, and that's what I'm saying. So I went through the process, and the process was, if you want to get $30,000 of this money, you have to do an ordinance. So I'm still trying to find out, you know, I didn't do anything illegal.
No,
Hold on, let me finish. The question is, people either vote yes or vote no for it. I went through a process. I'm asking for $30,000, and it's money that was already there. This is a deposit that's in the budget. So I'm not asking for nothing that's not in the budget. I'm asking for money that's in the budget. And so, however it was in the budget, I'm coming asking for $30,000 that's in the budget. So I'm following the process. Now, the question is, people vote yes or no, but I followed the process. What I'm doing is the process.
Mr. Jursich.
Yes, Reverend, I think I'm going to agree with Chris and them, but I think what we should do with this is you should withdraw it and then come back once it's where it belongs and, you know, ask for your money instead of using a specific project that happens in your district, because it's just like Councilmember Conovich said, if they film at Fort Jackson, and let's say they give us $200,000 and he gets to keep all that, wouldn't you like a portion of that $200,000 on the East Bank as well? I think that's what we're saying. And I think you can come back to us and request some funding once it's, you know, don't use a specific project that's happening in your district. I think it doesn't look well, and that's why, look, I get it.
I know, but I'm misunderstanding. Even if I come back, I'm still asking for $30,000 in my project. That's why I'm confused.
Well,
if you say come back, but if I'm coming back for $30,000 for the same thing. So you're saying take the film off it, and I'm just requesting $30,000.
No. So because this is a new film that was just, so it wasn't ever in our budget. So normally, I'm just saying the film was $50,000. It will get recorded as a budget amendment as $50,000 in revenue, and then you come back and say, I want to do this. I want to modify the capital improvements and expenditure budget for X, Y, and Z. It has no mention of the film. It has no, and that's the thing. It records the revenue into the revenue budget. And then just like any other expenditure that we have, like the fire department one that we just did, you have an expenditure budget. We don't have to record extra revenue for the fire because it's already in their fund. This is not already in our fund balance. So it just creates a paper trail, I guess you'll say, a better paper trail. And that's from an accounting standpoint.
But why is this not establishing a paper trail when finance understands they drew it up? Finance is not confused where this $30,000.
I get finance it's the public perception of it's tied to this film, so we're going to keep this film money only in District 1. I think that is the main concern. If you just came with like a normal expenditure budget, I don't think you would have had any problem. I really don't. I mean, I've seen those pictures of the park. I agree. Let's get some park improvements. I'm all about recreation. Mr. Newsom.
Yeah, thank you. So just reading over it, and I read it, spoke to Mr. Edwards Tuesday about it, so I did read it. So we're appropriating money to 3 different areas here, if that's what we're doing. So can some of this work? Well, I know you can't, like to the renovations, can we do any of that work in-house?
In renovation to the pool stuff?
To the Dave Van Pool House project?
No.
No, okay. Now, that answered one question. So, can we get, this is spending, again, I always speak and I'll speak consistent when I speak. We're spending money blind here, because do we have a quote of the repairs of the renovations from someone that needs to be done or whatever?
Exactly. So
Do we have one? Do we have a
yes,
quote?
and so again, this is nothing illegal about what I'm doing.
No. Then I just like to.
No, but I'm saying that's the inference I'm getting from what you're really saying to it, is that we had a contractor to go out, it submitted it to the parish government, and I think we're talking about $5,000 worth of work. And so again, I'm asking y'all to vote for, to me, I think we're putting way too much into this, but I don't want to have a thing like, going back to question about can we do the work? No, if we could do the work, it would have been done.
Right.
The reason why I'm acting for this, because it's never been done. And again, I have to remind people, when it comes down to the Dave Van Pool, is that for almost 8 or 10 years or more, that pool was maintained by the volunteer fire department and the fish concerns. They used to have these fairs where rides and everything came in there, and they took care of that pool. They brought the shop. They took care of it. They did everything. And so to me, I can see saying change my process. But when you go into talking about did somebody submit a thing in it, then you question whether I'm doing something wrong. I went through the process because I understand that in order to get a contract, I got to get him to give me a proposal, and they got to see if the parish president, I talked to the parish president about the contract. I went through all the stuff. My understanding, I could have people saying, Reverend Elwood, take the film out of it, but I'm not going to tolerate saying that I'm nickel and diming, did we have somebody do this? Then that means it's much more to this. And I want to read that there's much more to it. I appreciate every councilman telling me that, Rev, I don't like the film, but when you get into going nickel and dime and everything, then I got to wonder whether there's some personal stuff in there. I have to do that. Because to me, talking about whether we can do the work.
No, Rev, what I'm asking for is in your own comments about the money. In your own comments about the money, you're asking for $21,000, but you just said in your comments you got a quote for $5,000.
But you was talking about, I was only talking about the person can do the work for it. I'm only asking, that's the only part. You saying, can we do the work?
And Mr. Butch said no. So I understand that we're going to need to get an outside
He said,
contract.
no, they can do it.
I said, no, we can't do it.
He
Yeah,
said
you
they
cannot
can
do it. I understand that.
And
So-
that's why I had a contract, because if the parish could do it, I wouldn't even put that in there.
So, but you just said in a.
Hold on. I think there's clarification from Ms. Taylor.
Councilman Schultz, can we just make an amendment, receive the funds and the revenues, and then take the 30,000 out of the unreserved, undesignated?
Yes, that's what we're asking for.
Can we just do that?
Well, we don't even need to, because my understanding is this is not even the full amount for the film, but that's what I think most people up here, we want to go through the right process. So don't even mention the film or revenue, just take out the undesignated, unreserved, because we have enough in there.
All we got to do is change where we taking the money.
Exactly. That's I think that's the whole.
And I'm in agreement with you.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to offer an amendment.
So on the first whereas, just go ahead and take it out.
Correct.
Section 1, after you see professional services, general line item from on line 23, strike everything thereafter and just put unreserved, undesignated.
Correct. And I think that's the thing. It's going through the right. It's clean, and it's not tying it to this film, because then we can come back later whenever we get the full film amount and just record that amendment.
100%.
Okay, so we have an amendment. Everybody has that amendment. We're going to offer public comment on the amendment. Any public? Oh, yeah, I do that. Anybody second by Mr. Conovich?
Now, that'll work, but I do want to give you all a heads up. The unreserved, undesignated is down to $91,000. We deferred a $30,000 item earlier. So the unreserved, undesignated is going to be down to 30,000. So we probably need to do an introduction at some point
For the revenue, which
to adjust the yes.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But this way, I think that was the main concern, Reverend Edwards, is just the way that it mentioned the film. So we're taking the whole film thing out and just doing it through the normal undesignated, unreserved. Okay, so I have a second. I offered, second by Mr. Kongovich. Everybody understands the amendment. On the amendment. Any comment from the public on the amendment? Table? All right, machines are open on the amendment. And the amendment passes 9-0. Now we're back to as amendment. Any other comments on as amended? Mr. Newsom?
Yeah, again, it's still to the point of we just putting $21,000, and I can't explain. I know it's going to renovations, but it doesn't say what are we doing, how much it costs. Does it cost the full 21? Do we have a quote from a contractor? I guess I'm going to ask Billy or Jeff. Do we have a quote? Where did the $21,000 number come from?
Do you know that, Councilman Evans? I don't have that in front of me, but I know it was several different line items, right?
The other thing was for the playground equipment, and the other one was the renovation.
Well, that's separate items. That's the $7,000 is for the Braithwaite Park playground equipment, and $2,000 it says for operating buildings and budget for the Dave Ant Percy Griffin Center Department, professional services. So
I think he's missing something off there, but
huh?
I think it's missing off of that. But I know when he spoke to Rochelle informed him to do it how she thought it should be done, and they accounted for all the dollars. Now it's not listed; it's not adding up right there, but it was accounted.
I'm spending the money. Just show. It'd be nice to get a quote. You know, this is not my money. These are taxpayers' dollars' money. This is Mr. Henry's money. He's spending. Yeah, he's paying taxes. We just heard from the audience about their tax dollars, where they go. It's my responsibility as a councilman to be a good steward of taxpayers' dollars. All I'm asking is when a constituent approaches me and says, Ronnie, where did that $21,000 go? You know what I said? If I'm reading this, I say it's going to the renovation of the Dave Ant. It says, well, what work did they do? I can't answer that question. Do you see my point? And no, I'm not asking for anybody to see, but I'm done. Thank you.
We definitely got I think it was a $5,000 something quote from Mr. Griffin to do that. That was below the $10,000 threshold for the pool house.
How much was the quote?
It was a little over $5,000 for the pool house. But there may be other items. There may be other things going on with that project. But that was the quote we got to do some pool house repairs.
Correct. That's what he's saying. Right. That's just one quote. What Rennie's talking about is just one quote, and I think that was for the window trim and all of that stuff that's rotted away and all that. I don't know where the other quotes are, but I believe they had all of that stuff done.
I'm up. And I'm going to say the same thing. I'm going to reiterate what Ronnie said, is I would like to have quotes in front of me, because nothing's going to be an even 21,000, nothing's going to be an even 2,000, nothing's going to be an even 7,000.
Just so everyone knows, though, that's not typically how government works. By law, we're not supposed to go get quotes until we have money and funds in a budget. And so we generally rely on engineering to give us an estimate of what we think a project will cost. But we are not by law allowed to go out and get quotes, certainly above $10,000, if the funds have not been appropriated. And so you're never going to get an exact amount on a proposed project of what we intend to spend. You will get some estimates from our in-house folks on that, and should the funds should the project come back more expensive, you can always appropriate more funds. Or if it becomes below, then you simply don't spend the funds, and then you return the money back to the general fund. So I'm just want to give you a quote an idea how legally that process does work.
And that's what was told to me. Is saying because you don't have the playground equipment could go over, but this is all you're allowed to do, and we can't spend any money until you get us the accurate quote.
That's correct.
So again, these are, I mean, I went through the process for this. I
think what happened is, I think Reverend Edwards told Rochelle, hey, I'd like to use some of this money in Braithwaite Park. And she wrote the ordinance this way. I'm going to be honest with you, the ordinance should not have been written this way. The ordinance should have been written out of the unreserved, undesignated, or some other fund balance. She wrote it probably based on the conversation they had, and it should not have been written this way. I've asked Ms. Taylor to ask Finance to not write these ordinances this way anymore. The money should be deposited into the general fund, unreserved, undesignated, wherever, and then we'll just do general appropriations by project based on their merit alone, not where the proceeds were derived from. So I don't think Reverend Edwards did anything wrong here. I think, I think we cleared that up. We're going to have Finance not draft these ordinances this way anymore, despite what any council member may request, and then I think we can move forward.
So what I looked at is,
We're going to pause
do
that.
you have those, did our engineers do the preliminary work to come up with these numbers? And if we can get that before we vote on this, we can either trim it down or it may go up. I hate to come back for more money.
It's my understanding that the 30,000 was an estimate to do the 3 or 4 projects that he had on his table that he wanted done. Now, I didn't personally do it, but it's my understanding that was done. That's where the dollar amount came from.
I know, I think 7,000 to Braithwaite Park may be a little weak. I don't know what they need done over there, but I know I've seen a lot of, people commenting on that as well. So, okay, you answered my question.
And then, just for clarification, if he doesn't spend it all, that's part of rollover, whatever, like the leftover expenditure. So it's not like he can just go and use it for something else.
No, well, he can't do anything with the money. It's got to come through. It's got to come through Finance and the administration.
So I think I think most of our concerns was and we amended that. So I think we're all good at this, or most of us are good at least with that part. All right, we are voting as amended. Machines are open. Mr. Jursich. Passes 9-0. All right.
Thank you.
At this moment, we are going to take, how long does it take?
No more than 5 minutes.
5-minute recess to restart the tape. Recess at 6:01. All right, we're returning from recess at 6:07 p.m. to wrap up the remaining items. Next item, please.
Okay, an ordinance authorizing the execution of extension to the lease of Lot C, Port Eads, for a period of 20 years pursuant to the provisions of LARS 41-1217. The leasee having met the requirements of law and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Edwards.
Second by offered by Mr. Edwards, second by Mr. Jursich. Any comments from the audience? From the tape, we're on 9K. From the administration, Mr. Kognovich.
Extension of a lease. Then, the camp.
Yeah, the camp.
Oh, all right, I thought it was the.
Yeah, that was my same thing, but I learned that.
But, are we sure that he spent the $20,000 he's supposed to spend? He might have 20,000 in receipts from Lowe's, but who said he spent that at the camp?
Ms. Carter, you want to answer that based on the
No, but first of all, originally, it was added with Dr. Good district, and Dr. Good said
Jock and Avery generally review that. I don't have it with me, but they keep a file on all that in case it ever does get audited to prove that that's what they submitted. Now, can someone submit false stuff? Sure. Am I going to go down and count the number of nails? No. So there is some good faith involved in this, but Jock and Avery do make them produce receipts and stuff to prove that the money was spent in order to request the extension. And I'll give you the file if you want it.
Any other comments? Scott?
How much is the lease?
Man, Avery just left, and he's the one who worked on this.
Annual payments of $384.
can I just,
Annual.
Yes, annual payments.
to look into all the stuff, because I really can't answer the question. It was sent to Dr. Good, that's my district.
If
I put a new requirement in there, and I couldn't get what I wanted from the person, so I had a problem withdrawing to get an answer to all your questions.
Well, it's on the paper, $384 annual. So
Well,
I go rent an RV spot, I'm paying more than that.
all right, let's defer it, not withdraw, defer it. All right. Item K is deferred. All right, I'm going to go do things a little out of order. L will be deferred, but Ms. McCarty has asked me that this is for a stop sign at Barrier, and good news that anybody that would like to make a comment, residents of District 3 or 5, I know I've talked to a lot of people in my district, but please email or call her. But L will be deferred.
To District 5, and PPGOV.net or CC District 3.
All right. Next item.
10, approval of the minutes from the May 23rd, 2024 regular meeting.
Offered by Mr. LaFrance, second by Mr. Newsom. Any comments from the audience? Administration, table, machines are open. Passes 9-0.
11, new business. There are no items under 11A. 11B, District 7 update, Councilmember LaFrance. Suzie Bayou dredging project, update on NOV levee construction, update on hurricane preparedness, update for ditch cutting and clearing.
Suzie Bayou dredging project. The last time we met with the community, President Hinckley said he was going to come back and give them an update. It's time for us to set up another meeting to come give us an update. I spoke on the NOV project, the levee project, need to know what percentage. We spoke on hurricane preparedness, and we spoke on an update on ditch cleaning and stuff like that. So I'm finished.
Next item, please.
C, District 9 update, Councilmember Kotnovich, Highway 11 and Coast Guard Roads, Boothville Building, Fort Jackson Pavilion.
Highway 11, we talked about, I talked with Ken already about Coast Guard Road. He said that the company who won the bid it, let somebody else do it. They did it wrong. So they're going to have to go back out and do it at no cost to us. Boothville Building, we had a civic center. We tore it down. The previous council sued, didn't get enough money to build the building back. Don't have enough money to build it, so I said to build a pavilion there with an outdoor kitchen. Like to get that done. I've been asking for it for 6 years now. And then the Fort Jackson Pavilion, I hear we still going back and forth with All South on that one. But I know Rennie and Kirk went to Washington, got approved for $1.8 million for Fort Jackson, and now we don't know where it's at. It ain't approved.
I'm gonna ask for a meeting for next week or so. You can come in, me, you, and the president and All South, and we can get to the bottom of that. I do know we were waiting for closeout on the Boothville building. It was my understanding from Mr. Gaffney that it was closed out. And so I'm supposed to speak to Mr. Gaffney tomorrow about some other matters. And are you around? Maybe I'll loop you in on a phone call so we can hammer that out, because I do know you've been asking about it. But that delay was due to FEMA, but I think it's been closed out.
All right, thank you.
Next item, please.
D, reading of the notice of intent to call election, Councilmember Schultz.
Notice is hereby given in accordance with Section 19.1 of Title 42 of the Louisiana Revised Statutes of 1950 as amended, that the Plaquemines Parish Council, acting as the governing authority of the Parish of Plaquemines, State of Louisiana, at its regularly scheduled meeting on July 11, 2024, at its regular meeting place, Belle Chase Council Chambers Building, 333 F. Edward Hebert Boulevard, Building 203, Belle Chase, Louisiana, at 2 p.m., will discuss and consider adopting a resolution ordering and calling an election on December 7th, 2024, to authorize the continuation of an existing ad valorem tax on all property subject to taxation within the parish for the purposes of constructing, operating, and maintaining pollution control and abatement facilities in the parish upon approval by qualified voters therein, and if passed, for such tax to be levied. That's it.
I don't have to meet it all first, just a reading. Actually, I just want a clarification, just to let people know. I think that is for the pollution control that failed. The administration wants to put it back on the ballot, correct? All right. So that's what that is for, to put it back on the ballot in December, for pollution control. All right, next item.
E, presentation by Anna Timmerman with the LSU Ag Center. Councilmember Kotnovich.
Hello, everyone. Last but not least, is there a way to put a couple of slides up? It's a couple. I'm standing between y'all and dinner, I know, so.
Oh, we still have another meeting.
Oh, geez. Okay. Yeah, thanks for having me back. I'll get started while she's queuing that up. My name is Anna Timmerman. I believe I've met most of you. I'm a horticulture agent. I cover St. Bernard, Plaquemines, a bit of Orleans and Jefferson, and I'm domiciled out of the Chalmette office. I'm on this side of the river one day a week, other side of the river the other day of the week for Plaquemines, and I primarily help farmers and homeowners with plant-related questions. Really? Shoot me an email. We can figure that out. Oh, no. Yep.
We need the water. Here comes Christian.
Is she coming? Oh. There's a man to do it, huh?
No, you.
You, for you to grow. Why not? I thought we already authorized that.
Thanks so much.
No, that was for point of hash, but nobody, and they didn't order it, because I don't. Lights on there, but not. Oh, he's still set. You got it, Christian?
Pastor Christian. No, I want to be done.
Hey, keep giving them out with my business cards.
When were you against food truck? You do realize that gives. Yes, it does. What they don't want now, they have basically no restrictions. And then.
Oh, well,
I appreciate it. Whatever you want. At this point.
But the restaurants, you know what? I'm going to have an ordinance change for restaurants' hours to follow the same hours. I'm changing the restaurant. I'm going to have introductions to restaurant permits that they can only operate during certain hours. Well, they're not going to be able to. I mean,
Okay, got it.
No.
Serious, but it's just like, we have rules for some, but not for all.
I have to activate my office, that's all. I know my password.
Yeah, I can just wait.
All right.
That's
Okay.
okay.
All right. I didn't know we had a
Yeah,
presentation.
no worries. So, sounds good. Okay. Seems to be technical difficulties, so I'll just wing it. A couple of highlights. I'm writing weekly for the Plaquemines Gazette. That's how I'm primarily reaching the homeowners, and we are getting a lot more calls from Plaquemines, which has been great. I'm also a part of a USDA committee that is covering Plaquemines, St. Bernard, and the urban parishes. We're disseminating $250,000 to farmers for infrastructure upgrades, and I currently have 9 applications in from this parish. So I'm pretty excited about that. And we also have one beginning and new veteran farmer who I'm hooking up with some grants through USDA FSA as well. I think he's interested in starting a hot sauce company, so that's pretty exciting. On the citrus front, there's not a lot of new updates. I did publish some research about the container experiment that's happening in Violet, Louisiana, with the Satsumas, and we were able to donate almost 2 tons of fruit last year to the food banks, so that was great. Still no cure for the diseases, unfortunately. What the research is pointing to is fertilizing year-round instead of just in the spring and again in June. So that's what I've been advising a lot of our farmers in the area to do. We've pulled some tissue samples and tested them at LSU, and we're about to do a follow-up with that to see where we're at nutritionally, because that actually does suppress disease symptoms. So rather than spraying our way out of it, cutting the trees down, burning them like we used to, we think we can kind of do like a therapy almost with nutrition. So, yeah.
Sorry. I have to cut the trees down in my yard now. They have the canker. So where do I dispose of them? Can I put them on the side of the road for the trucks to come pick them up?
If it is indeed canker, you can actually treat that with copper fungicide. That is not a death sentence.
They've lost all their leaves.
If it's canker, shoot me an email with some pictures and an address, because I can diagnose those from the road usually, or just pop in and look.
Okay.
Canker is just a bacterial surface infection that if you spray a copper fungicide, it kills that bacteria.
Okay.
And I've had really good success with a couple of products with that.
Then back to the question, if somebody does have something with the disease, can it just be put on the side of the road, or does it have to be burned at the location?
So they used to recommend burning. Obviously, that's not an option for a lot of homeowners in urban areas, so double bagging is totally sufficient.
Okay.
Yep. Other questions?
Global warming, what type of effect that's having on growing vegetation?
So we were actually bumped up a USDA growing climate zone last year. The lower end of the parish is now 10A. It used to be 9B. So our planting dates have shifted in the New Orleans area earlier by about 3 weeks since I started this job 10 years ago. And we're able to push a lot of our vegetables into like the Christmas season, where before we were kind of done with tomatoes, peppers, everything around Thanksgiving. So it's actually extended the season. But we have more issues with drought. Salt wedge, last year I did a lot of salt wedge calls from homeowners and growers. It's all kind of related. So just on that side, the planting dates have changed.
And more by being warmer, more effect by insects.
Yes, more insect activity, more disease pressure, because a lot of our bacterial and fungal problems, They like hot, they like humid, they like wet. Yep, we're not getting that downtime in the winter. I'm getting a lot of complaints about insects, particularly flies this year, because they didn't die this winter.
Right.
Yeah.
We have a lot of fun.
Yep.
So, well, that hurt the fruit product because there wasn't enough chilling hours.
Most of our crops here, we don't rely on the chilling hours. We do low chill, no chill cultivars. But north of the lake, yeah, they're seeing some issues, particularly in peaches, nectarines. Yeah, we're starting to see more of that.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's it.
Okay. Other questions? Oh. Yeah, please do. If your constituents call and they've got a question about a tree or their flower beds, last year we were doing a lot of salt wedge stuff in the summer, the fall. Please give my contact info out. I'm on the LSU website. I'm on the parish website. It's in the Gazette as well. And I give my personal cell number out in the Gazette because people can call, text. I'm going to answer. I'm here for them. And you all know what that's like. Yep. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Those meetings are always interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
4.5 hours. Motion by Mr. Newsom to adjourn, second by Ms. Conway. Any discussion? Machines are open.
Councilmember Edwards?
He stepped away.
Oh.
Passes 8-0. We have adjournment at 6:26.